tonight. Hope you're doing good out there. For a minute, I thought we were going to start without a first being redeemed. That was going to be silly. So thanks for that. Well, what we are doing tonight is some more of the Fencepost Chronicles. That is featuring Frank Fencepost, our chaos dude, in the W.P. Kinsella's short stories based in the fictional world of Ermine Skin Reserve in Hobama, Alberta. That's where we are. The next one, though, seems to take them on a trip somewhere. You'll know soon where that is. So this should be interesting. The idiots go on a road trip, or some kind of trip. But okay. They went to that Montana town for the baseball thing, but that wasn't evident at the start. They're doing a lot of trips. Now. Yes, that is what we are up to. That's what they'll be up to, roughly. I just wanted to give a little bit of time for hellos. Hello and goodbye already happened for Toast, but I'll say it again. Hello, and off you go. Bye-bye. And hi, Cage. Ooh. And hi, Fed, of course. And then hi, Dark Catsy, who is our first little emote. So it's very cute. Little bongos. Alright. If we're ready, this is gonna be silly as usual. It's every one of these is gonna have Frank doing some Frank bullshit, so brace yourselves. And as usual, the little trigger warning is at the bottom. This is an old book. It's gonna have its old ways of talking, and I'm gonna fight it and yell at it every now and then, of course. As I do with pretty much everything I read. Hi, Crummy. But I'm also going to yell a bunch at Frank. Because as chaos is fun, it is also very frustrating sometimes what he chooses to be chaotic about. What are you sipping? You got tea? I feel like I could have got tea again today, but I didn't go with that. I went with just lots of waters. And that is good. We should be hydrated. Everybody stay hydrated. Alright. The first story, a boop boop, is called To Look at the Queen. What the hell? What the hell is this about? Okay, here we go. I've been keeping a secret for over a year now. It was one of the conditions that they let us out of jail. What? I don't know what the jail is. We did miss one book, so maybe there was something big that happened about jail. Maybe I've already forgotten one of the pieces in the stories, but jail? But okay. And then it says, you must not tell anyone about this for at least a year, a gray-faced Englishman say to us. There has been quite enough embarrassment of late. He was a detective with Scotland Yard. I never was able to understand why the English police force was called Scotland Yard. It was in a big stone building, not a yard, and I'm pretty sure it was in London and not Scotland. Though maybe it is like Edmonton being in both Alberta, Canada, and North America. No, this one was extra. they got their names kind of funky like that. How me and my friend Frank Fencepost come to get to London, England, is a story itself. I ain't very political. Me and my friends try to keep Chief Tom Crow-Eye from ripping us off too badly. And we tangle with the government over the silly rules they expect us Indians to follow. But I never been involved in this business of Aboriginal rights and land claims and all that stuff, and neither have my friends. Okay, so they are going into the rest of the issues with treaties and stuff. Because they did the one, and that's how they ended up with 4,000 cows suddenly. This is, I guess, some more on that. I like to see it. I like to see even the fictional guys fighting for land back. Okay. I don't understand the issues, and I'm pretty sure most of the guys involved, especially the ones who yell the loudest, don't either. Ha ha ha. I think the charter flight to London, England, they get another freaking flight? Okay. Had to do with both land claims and the new Canadian Constitution. The Constitution is something else I don't understand and don't want to. Near as I can see, a bunch of smart Indians got some government grants so they could fight the government. They got government grants to fight the government? That's cool. Wait, what? Okay. And as part of the fight, they all decide to go to England, talk to the parliament there, maybe even get to see the Queen. Martin Red Dog from a reserve over near Regina say to us in the Alice Hotel bar one night, "This trip ain't gonna change anything, but we sure gonna have a hell of a party. And how else is a whole plane full of poor Indians going to get to see England unless the government pays for it?" And he laughed, show a gold tooth in his long bronze face. They charter a plane to leave from Vancouver, stop in Calgary, Regina, Winnipeg, and Toronto before going over the ocean. Going to be 180 Indians from all over Canada, Martin Red Dog tell us. Chief Tom, though he don't even care about local rights, let alone national or aboriginal, would have liked to go, but him and his girlfriend Samantha Yellowknees already going to Hawaii for a holiday they call a research trip at Ermine Skin Band expense. Fuck. Chief Tom, you get more corrupt with every story. There's more and more of these. In theory, though, the trip to Hawaii probably would have been a better idea than a trip to Europe that they would have taken, because, Hawaii, the indigenous people there probably would have lots to say with, but going to Europe was probably a less relevant one. I don't know, maybe. Okay. Chief Tom named the people from Ermine Skin Reserve who get to go on the trip, and he picked his friends Thomas Fire in the draw, Baptiste and Cynthia Wind. None of them could tell the Constitution from a trash can, say Bedelia Coyote when she hear. Their only qualifications is they vote whatever way Chief Tom tell them to. That's the way politics work, says Frank Fencepost. When I get to be dictator... No, Frank, please don't make dictator jokes. I know you're saying this in the 70s, but we don't need that right now. I make you a queen. You're gonna make Bedelia a queen? Really? Silas here a king? Ooh, okay. And Blind Louis Coyote prime minister. Oh, why does he get to be? Say, which is higher, king or dictator? Whichever you decide, I say, which is a good way to stay in office if Frank is in charge. Silas, good job. Fucking hell. God damn it. I can't. This is too relevant. The chief couldn't have picked more shifty guys than Thomas Fire in the draw and Baptiste Wind. And Cynthia Wind, I think, is a cousin of Chief Tom. Thomas and Baptiste both wear old suits from the Salvation Army, hang around the reserve, do odd jobs for Chief Tom, who slipped them government money some way, but even then they is still mooches, bum cigarettes, food, rides, and booze, even though they supposed to be Christian and belong to the AA. You hear about how Baptiste phoned up the AA one night? Says Frank. I just smile at him, knowing he don't need my answer in order to go on. Do you guys take care of drunks? He asked. Wait, what? Oh, drunks. Oh, yeah, 'cause he's actively slurring. Lovely. Okay. Why, yes, we do, say the AA person. Do you want to join? No, I want to shine, say Baptiste. I'm trying to be Baptiste being drunk, I guess, there. I wonder if they're really going to see the Queen, say Bedelia. The Queen, I think, is a nice lady, and I wouldn't want to be her. Having people stare at you all day every day must be worse than having a regular job. The Queen, considering she's white and over 50, ain't near as ugly as she could be. Roasted! Okay. I do wonder, though, why she lets people dress her the way they do. She always looked like pictures of missionaries come to convert us Indians back around 1900. We seen Prince Philip right up close so we could tell he was a real person when he visited the reserve one time. Oh, welcome in the hunk. I'm sorry you were not notified properly. You can take that up with Twitch and we'll have no luck, but good job. Okay. Okay, so like Prince Philip visited one time on the reserve, yes. He seemed like a regular guy. Don't blame me, you mean little goose. Don't blame me. You're so rude. He seemed like a regular guy, they say, and even show he got a sense of humor. When we tell him the buffalo was going to ride down and keeled over and died of natural causes, he say, well, there are some who get awfully nervous about meeting royalty. Oh, this is that way back when he did a trip. I think I remember this. They was, oh, okay, go enjoy your meaty men, the honk. Enjoy your meaty men. I'm not flustered because of thinking of meeting men. No, definitely not. Just realized, where did my brain go? You interrupted my thought, so it disappeared. The buffalo. Yeah, okay. So, I guess in one of the other stories, I think I remember this. I might be wrong. I guess in one of the other stories, Prince Philip was gonna visit the reserve, but then the buffalo that they were going to do the kill with died. Actually, the more I'm saying it, I think I remember that this was another Frank story where Frank was like, we gotta get a buffalo. Well, it was probably Frank. I mean, who else? We gotta get a buffalo for the royalty to kill. That's one of those things that white people think we do all the time. That's what they probably want to do while they're here. And then they were looking for a buffalo, and the only one they found was like really sick and old and not okay. And then they managed to get him most of the way, and then the buffalo died before it could get to the the hunt. So, oops, no proper hunt with Prince Philip. Oh, hi Tsukiyomi, hello. So I guess that's probably what happened. Oh, Cage says make sure to drink lots with the meaty men. I guess I don't know what Cage is really implying there. I guess just general stay hydrated probably, but or are you calling him thirsty? That's what I meant. You little goof with the silly face. I meant you could be okay. Anyway, the buffalo didn't work out, and Prince Philip says, well, there are some who get awfully nervous about meeting royalty. Ha ha ha, the buffalo was too nervous and died. Anyway, okay, good giggles. Okay. And later on, the prince say to Chief Tom, I've heard that the idea for daylight saving time came from Indian Nation. Of course, Chief is going to say, yeah, exactly. I read the first thing, it just says, oh, yes. And I'm like, no. But says the chief, act like he knows what's going on. He never knows. He never knows. And he's so dumb. Here it is. We Indians are responsible for much of the progress in Canada, ... And he talk on for 3 or 4 minutes. The prince wait for Chief Tom to stop, then say without a trace of a smile, an old Indian chief set the example by cutting off one end of his blanket and sewing it on the other to make it longer. Me and Frank and Bedelia Coyote laughed like crazy when the prince say that. That was a good smack. Oh, I like that one. Good job, Prince Philip. And then I'm glad that we really put Chief Tom down, where he was like, oh yeah, we're so cool. And it's like, honey, he was looking to tease you, and you just fell into the trap that you're a dum-dum. At least the other guys made it clear that they're like, yeah, that guy's not us. Like, that, no. Okay. Chief Tom is smart enough to realize that he been caught in a joke, but he don't know how to handle it. Classic. In spite of being red already, he blushed so much it shows, stutter and look around, wishing Samantha Yellenese was there to rescue him. I bet the queen is more fun than she looks, says Frank. Oh my god, Frank, no, don't say this. Oh my gosh, no. Another Frankism. Jot it down again. She probably wears satin underwear and a black garter belt. Why are you saying this? I mean, at least you're saying it to her husband and not, like, her son or something. But what the fuck, Frank? Frank! Stop! Later that night at Mad Edda's, it is Frank who suggests we go to England. Because all of that must have been was when Philip visited. But this is the rest. This is the rest. Okay, no worries. Later that night at Mad Edda's, it is Frank who suggests we go to England. How'd you like to go for a ride in a plane? He say to Edda. Whales don't fly. Edda, don't call yourself that. Mad Edda. Hey, this time she got introduced in the story and they didn't immediately say her weight, but they did immediately call her a whale. Yay. Fuck. Okay, I asked Edda, but she just... No, wait. How come if I said that you'd knock me through a wall? How come if I said that you'd knock me through a wall? I asked Edda, but she just grinned and take a swig from her bottle of Lethbridge Pale Ale, because she's being goofy to herself. You saying it to her is an insult. Adon, this is not your beluga princess. This is Mad Edda Medicine Woman. And I am mad that she has said such a mean comment about herself. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you aren't here? Oh, I'll do the little... delete. Okay, focus. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm talking to myself. I need to focus. Alright. She just took a swig of her pale ale and then... I'm serious, say Frank. I know just how to do it. If there's one thing a mooch can't pass up, it's free booze. You should know, I say. Hee hee hee. Trust me, says Frank. We can go to England for about $40 worth of liquor. Every time Frank says, trust me, I usually end up in jail somewhere. And by the opening of this story, that's exactly what's going to happen. But everything go just like Frank expect. The 3 ermine-skinned delegates spend the night before the plane trip at the Palliser Hotel in Calgary. We meet them in the lobby about 6 o'clock, and Frank flash a 26-ounce bottle of vodka and say the magic words, let's go up to your room and have a drink. By 2 in the morning, all 3 of them has gone from happy drunk to roaring drunk to sleepy drunk. Me and Frank been drinking from a rye bottle full of cold tea. Oh, so they ain't drunk at all. We stagger the 3 of them down to our truck and make sure they is sleeping comfortable before we find a city police officer near the hotel. Oh my gosh. Excuse me, my good man, Frank say to a tall police officer. It's the my good man that feels so silly. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Frank say to a tall police officer peering around the rims of the big bug-eyed black rimmed glasses that he wearing. I have a very sad duty to perform, Frank go on. There are 3 of my people outside in a disturbingly disreputable truck, and they are, how should I say, somewhat worse for wear from the effects of alcohol. Being a law-abiding citizen, I feel it my duty to see they don't drive and endanger innocent lives. My goodness, Frank, since you started reading, you got a bunch of big words tucked away to do all of your most ridiculous chaoses. 'Cause look at you. Look at you tricking this cop way better than you probably could have done before. Oh my gosh. And in the most silly way. Like, you do it over the top that it just feels so fun. Okay. The constable looked Frank up and down, but boy, in a suit with his hair combed and his lips closed over the place where he got teeth missing, Frank looked like a banker or a teacher or a minister. In fact, he is clutching the Bible he stole out of Cynthia and Baptiste's hotel room. Thank you. We'll look into it, said the constable. God bless you, officer. No, don't you dare. He's made a full-ass character for himself. I'm the Reverend Frank, and this is my assistant, standing knee-deep in running water, a recent convert to the Lord's work. I see we're going back to the make up a random last name for Silas bit that we started when they did their hunting trip guides bit where they misled some southern guys that were trying to do a hunt. And he just kept giving Silas a different last name that was roughly about standing in water. I don't know why. Was he trying to say his pants are wet? I don't know. Oh, but silly Frank. This man's got a whole idea of running for himself. Yes, say the constable. The rehabilitation of our people is one of the most pressing problems facing the Indian nation these days. Don't you agree? Fucking hell, Frank, why are you doing this? I move in and tug at Frank's sleeve. I think he is laying it on too thick, even if the guy is a policeman. Well, says the constable, you will be kind to them, officer, for they know not what they do. We have to catch our plane, Reverend Frank. Don't interrupt your evangelist standing hip deep in muddy water. Slightly different name now. You don't suppose you could spare a couple of bucks for the Lord's work, do you, officer? Stop trying to scam everybody. Oh, no. Okay. We is at the airport bright and early, tugging Etta out of the back of a taxi. And you didn't say anything? Oh my gosh. That's all he said. That's all he said. They're just tugging her out of the back of a taxi. He don't get too descriptive this time. I'm pleased. I'm Thomas Fire in the draw. Etta and Frank is Cynthia and Baptiste Wind. Cynthia's passport don't look anything like Etta, but we count on all Indians looking alike to the customs people. I see you have the same last name, a man in the blue uniform say to Frank and Etta. What relation are you? Wife, says Frank. Son, says Etta. This is your wife, say the customs man. Of course you listen to Frank more than Etta. Ugh. Any law against liking big ladies, says Frank. Yeah, what the hell? What? Yeah, customs man. That's so rude. It's 'cause she said you were her son. Okay, but then Etta jumps in. You ever had to sleep in an unheated cabin in winter? You'd appreciate me, said Etta. But my son here is a joker. Aren't you, sonny boy? And she crushed Frank up against her until I can hear his bones crack. Don't be rough, mummy, says Frank through gritted teeth. Don't be rough, mummy. No. Okay, since there's nobody else on the plane from Hobama, we use our own names. Only other time we have to lie is at the hotel when we claim our friends' reservations. Martin Red Dog has made contact with lots of politicians, and next day we get invited to an informal reception, in quotes, at a snooty private club. I don't know why it should have surprised us, but it did. Politicians in England is just the same as in Canada. They dress fancy, have that overstuffed look about them, and is only interested in what's in it for them. The people who form the government, even though they as conservatives, just like Premier Lockheed in Alberta, don't want to see us. We can't do them any good, says Martin Red Dog with a sigh. You ever notice how it's always the party out of power who have big interest in Indians? We don't have any oppressed ethnic minorities here, a red-faced fellow with a thicker accent than ours began. Is that really what they were called? Oh my god. Okay. Reading just exactly what is here. We used to have druids, say a hefty white-haired fellow in the corner sitting deep on his neck in a leather chair. What do you mean sitting on his neck? Anyway. But we murdered them all, frightfully easier than dealing with land claims and all that folderol. I think he was joking, but these Englishmen keep such straight faces, it's hard to tell. It's also a little bit of, well, that's what you was trying to do to us over here, but, didn't quite work. Okay. But we do have coal miners, the first fellow go on. He wheezed considerably, like he just walked up a flight of stairs. They are victimized and downtrodden by the industrialists. We thought perhaps you'd care to join one of our demonstrations. We're going to march on 10 Downing Street, Saturday fortnight. What did he say? Frank whispered to me. I think he said the miners are going to demonstrate in front of the fort on Saturday night. Not quite. We thank the politician for the offer, but we say we ain't up to demonstrating after our long trip. That night, a couple of guys with their coat collars turned up are leaning in a doorway when me and Frank come out of the hotel to look for a restaurant. They have sharp musical accents, and it take us a 2-block walk and through most of dinner before we start to understand their language. I knew before I squirreled. They're Irish. They're from Ireland. All I know about Ireland is that they always bombing each other because they don't like the English. That make as much sense as Canadian politics, so guess things aren't any sillier over here, just a different silliness. These fellows want us to put in a word for their land claim. They explain their problem to us for a couple of hours. We don't understand a word, but we sympathize anyway. Do you want to receive some military training? Asked a fellow whose name sounded like Seamus. We could put you in touch with the Libyans. Would that be the women's Libyans? Asked Frank. We got trouble with them in Canada, too. I think he means women's liberation, not women's Libyans. But okay, Frank. As far as I can see, being in the military service would be worse than being in jail. I sure wouldn't want to march around wearing a uniform, having some big mean white man telling me what to do, I say. Just substitute Indian Affairs Department for Army and you got our lives now, says Frank. Seamus don't understand that we making jokes, and he explained Libyans ain't women. But, okay, the way this is written, I'm personally just not gonna write it that way, but it's spelt A dash the rest. It's just Arabs. Who train gorillas to fight, but it is spelled correctly, not like gorillas. They don't... Silas seems to know what this is about, but... well, okay. Train gorillas to fight and make bombs and hand grenades. I didn't know gorillas was that smart, says Frank. Clearly he didn't get it. And even I ain't sure if he's joking or not. Our politicians are so dumb it would be unfair to blow them up, we tell them. It would be kind of like killing a turkey just because it's stupid. And politicians ain't even good to eat, say Frank. All fat, I say. These two Irish guys sure can eat, though, and drink. They put away 2 meals each and introduce us to dark ale, which tastes like 1040 motor oil, and I think cost more. They leave us with the bill, too. 41 pounds, the waiter tell us. Of what? Currency, old sport. You sell money by the pound? I collected 5 pounds of pennies once. Together we got $20 Canadian. The waiter ain't looking for kitchen helpers. He called the police even though I tried to tell him we got diplomatic impunity, which is something I read about in a newspaper. That doesn't... And Frank say he going to put a curse on the whole restaurant. Frank rub butter on his face, ruffle his hair, paint mustard on his knees, and dance around the foyer of the restaurant, and then down the aisles between the tables. Okay. Jesus Christ. The police wear blue uniforms, coal scuttle hats, and are so polite they ain't the least bit of fun. After they take us to jail, one of them phoned the hotel and Martin Red Dog come down and get us after he stopped at the restaurant and paid our bill. We borrow all the money Martin Red Dog will loan us, tell him to build the Ermine Skin Band Council, and he promise he will. We visit some nightclubs after that. Frank, he collect himself a girl with bright pink Iroquois haircut. He didn't want to put the term is mohawk, but they go by Gayangeha. Yeah. Okay. We are blood brothers, he tell her while he is trying to take her clothes off in the back of the taxi. He have to tell the taxi driver about 5 times that we want to go to the I don't even know. Chamonley Hotel. Finally, the girl break in to say, the Chumley, love. And the driver take right off. You know the reason I like to ride in taxis, says Frank? It's the only time I get to tell a white man where to go. That pink-haired girl have a friend, but her name is Cecily, and she is wearing a tweed skirt, high heels, have mousy-colored hair, and is going to school to be a librarian. After I tell her I write books, and she tell me she reads books, we don't have nothing to say to each other. That's the length of their conversation. There must be a law of nature of some kind that an outgoing person, either man or woman, have a friend who is just the opposite, that they drag everywhere, the shy person digging in their heels. That's cute. The little shy little book nerds are hiding in the other side of the taxi like, oops, oh well. He's cute. Cecily gets all nervous about going to our hotel, so halfway there we have the taxi driver change directions and go to their apartment. A flat, they call it, though it ain't no flatter than any other apartment I ever been to. Frank and his girl hop right into bed, which is behind a screen, have a picture of Japanese soldiers on it. Me and Cecily play dominoes and drink tea at the kitchen table. From behind the screen, the pink-haired girl says something to Frank about birth control. Hey, in Canada, we got a new contraceptive for men. I use it all the time. It's a pill. I just put it in my shoe. When I walk on it, it makes me limp. The girls don't want us to stay all night. We just skip over Frank's bullshit. Thank you. Use my body and then tell me to get lost. You women are all alike, says Frank. His girl don't mind making a date for the next night. Me and Cecily are glad to see the last of each other. Poor Silas and Cecily. There ain't no taxis around, and it is after 2 a.m. when we get outside. Let's walk to the hotel, I say, taking a deep breath of the sweet, foggy air. Hey, I know what that is, I say as we walk along, our boots clinking on the stone streets. That's Buckingham Palace, the place where the Queen lives. I bet I could leap right over that fence, says Frank, Point out, point at the wall, wrought iron. No, point at the tall wrought iron fence that is black, about 15 feet high, and have spear points on top of each bar of the fence. Not a chance, I say. No, that's not how you discourage Frank. Bullshit. That's not gonna work. No, Silas. This is all but confirmed that Frank's about to break into Buckingham Palace. This is a problem. Let me show you, say Frank, and look all around. It is 3 a.m., I guess. Oh my god. The streets is deserted, and scarves of fog are rubbing around our ankles as we walk. See, all I do is take a run, a jump, grip with my hands, and swing myself over that there hedge. No way, I say, but me saying something has never stopped Frank before. I'm gonna just... You're serious? You're serious. He back clear across the street, pump his feet up and down in one spot for a few seconds, run full speed at that high black fence. He jump, but not very high, grab on to a bar and swing his body up, but don't rise, but halfway up the fence, and his body hit parallel to where he gripped and bang hard against the bars. Oh no. No way. What I see then is that Frank grabbed onto the edge of a hidden gate, and the weight of his body swinging a section of fence back into the tall hedge. It make an opening about a foot wide for us each to squeeze through. That was what I had in mind all along, says Frank. I got the eyes of an eagle. I seen this here gate all the time. Yeah. The Queen's Yard is like the biggest park I ever been in. There is lawn enough for a golf course, flower beds galore, and thousands of trees and shrubs. We stroll around for a while. I would like to say that this was back a while ago and fictional. Do not try to attempt whatever the hell Frank does. Generally, don't try to attempt what Frank does, but I am waiting for them to say that. And then the cops were there, and I'm actually dead while I write this. 'Cause, like, they may be British, but don't go breaking into the... Oh, my God. Okay. Look, say Frank, as the palace loom up in front of us, dark gray against a pale sky that already thinking about morning. We walk past a place where there is about 100 wide steps going up to somewhere. Just past those stairs is a little door, like one to a basement. Frank stepped down into the doorwell and tried the handle. The door open. Why the hell is the door open? Come on, say Frank. I don't think we ought to be here, I say. The palace is dark and quiet, and our boots sound like we walking inside an empty oil drum. The floors is either marble or carpet thick as muskeg, and the whole place smell of velvet, just like a theater. There are tiny lights high up on the walls, which are all 20 feet or more high, covered in wallpaper, tapestry, or stuff look like carpet. There are pictures all over the place, most of dark scenes of men in riding clothes, or men wearing white wigs. There are little tables in the hall that have vases or glass ornaments on them. We climb up a few floors, then down, then up. I wonder if we'll ever find our way out. That's not what Frank is looking for, Silas. Frank, he peek into a room now and then, flip on the light, then flip it off. This here must be a hotel, Silas, he says, and I have to agree. I don't know. Once I walk through the Empress Hotel in Victoria, and this is about the same, except the furniture is more expensive and there's more of it. Maybe it's the hotel part of the palace, or maybe this is what palaces is like. Frank push open a door, have a crest shaped like the Queen's hat glued to it, and turn on the light. No. Wow, look at that, say Frank. What he is staring at is a light fixture I bet is made of real diamonds. They dazzle up my eyes and make bug-like shadows of brightness on the walls. Don't do do something stupid. Shh, I say, and point to the bed, what covered in a silky blue spread. No. No. Those bed covers got a lump under them. But I'm too late. The lump move. Oh no. The lump move, sit up, and even though I flick off the overhead light, must have seen us, 'cause I seen her. I feel like the first time I ever get arrested, like my blood is squishing along real fast, and like there's ants on the back of my neck. There's ants on the back of his neck. Excuse me, a very English voice say out of the darkness. We was just on our way out, say Frank. Trip over something made a loud stumble. There was a little click and a bedside lamp come on. I'm standing by the door, my hand still on the light switch. Frank has fallen over a coffee table, is just getting up, holding at least one of his ankles. Whatever are you doing here? Say the Queen. She got her hair in plastic rollers, just like a real person. And I guess what I notice most is that she is small, maybe only 5'2" or so. I always thought of her as being about 7 feet tall. Well, that would look very odd if you'd seen her next to anybody else, 'cause then they must have been giants. Okay, she got her nightgown pulled together at her neck with one hand. You don't have to be afraid of us, Mrs. Queen. We was just passing by and thought we'd drop in, I say. That's not a good idea, buddy. Oh, nice try, though. Yes, well, you, needn't be afraid of me either. In fact, you could call me... do you have names? Sure, you can call me Chief Frank, says Frank. You're not a chief. And this here is my friend Silas Ermineskin. Silas has had a book printed up. 4 books, I say. How interesting, say the Queen. I imagine she's freaking out. Yeah, I'm one of the better known chiefs in Canada, says Frank. Yeah, right. Anyway, a real big wheel. Like, if they was to have a king among Indians. He's exaggerating just a little, I say. You're not terrorists, then. Well, thanks for that lovely tiny button of racism, because would you have called them that if they were white, or would you have just said criminals, murderers, kidnappers? I don't know. But anyway, no, Queen. And the Queen let out a big breath of air. Yeah, you can breathe. They're just fucking idiots. Constable Greer of the RCMP called me a holy terror one time, say Frank. That's not good, bud. We flew over here from Canada to see about the Constitution. Our leaders was hoping to see you. I don't think this is the time or the place. Yeah, we just find our way in here by accident. We was sightseeing. We is really sorry to disturb you. I think perhaps you'd better be going. It must be really fun to be queen, eh? Stop that, Frank. Being able to do anything you want and all, say Frank, sitting down on the end of the Queen's bed. No. It's not exactly all it's cracked up to be, the Queen say in a wistful voice. Don't encourage him. Oh, no. But you're rich. I seen you riding in cars as big as house trailers, and they put down carpet for you, and you travel. Believe me, Chief Frank, there are advantages. I'd trade places with you. I wonder for how long, and even in the bad light from the bedside lamp, I can see the Queen make a sad little smile. Where have you and your friend been today, Frank? Frank paused for a minute and tried to gather together his thoughts. All over. I can't remember all the places, but we walked about 20 miles, I bet. Seen parks and old buildings and ships in the harbor. We ate lunch at a restaurant where they wrapped my food in a newspaper. Just tonight we've been to 3 nightclubs. For supper we ate grapes at the Hare Krishna's house, and they wanted to shave our heads. You know, Frank, if you were king, you wouldn't be able to do any of those things, at least not without thousands of people and reporters and television crews following you around. I was on the TV once. I liked it. I wonder if you'd like to be on the telly every day of your life and have the whole world waiting for you to make a mistake, spill your food, say something embarrassing. Hey, I do all those things every day, right, Silas? That's true, I say. I'm sure you do, but you couldn't anymore if you were king. People expect their leaders to be perfect. If you stumble and spill and say foolish things, if you show emotion, if you get cross or angry or impatient. Cross is angry. I don't know if she said. People lose respect for you. Frank, he light up a cigarette. In the palace. Would you mind, the queen say? Nod toward the package, Frank about to return to his shirt pocket. You smoke? The queen's eyes flash across Frank's surprised face. Are you shocked? What are they doing? What does this writer say? Well, no, say Frank. Hold out his package to the queen, then light a cigarette for her. It's just that you're the queen. I don't smoke in public, but this is my home. Why don't you smoke in public? People don't expect us to be human. But most ordinary people smoke. That doesn't make any difference. I know what she means, but I can't explain it. People who come to interview me or talk about my books are surprised to find I'm just an ordinary Indian. I don't know if they expect me to have wings or feathers, but they want me to be different. I remember once me and my littlest sister Dolores was in the Safeway grocery store in Wetaskiwin when we meet Miss McNeil, Dolores' grade 1 teacher. Miss McNeil have a basket full of groceries. Oh, Miss McNeil, Dolores say, do you eat? And then back, where's Prince Philip? Asked Frank. He off traveling somewhere? No, his room is several doors down the hall. Do you expect the public Do the public expect you not to have sex either just because you is queen? Boy, you'd never get me to be king if that's true. Well, if we have sex, like she would just jump into this. Oh my god. Well, if we have sex, we certainly must never mention it. But Philip and I find it more comfortable to have separate bedrooms. None of this would have happened. No way in hell. I'm glad we didn't open up Prince Philip's door by accident, say Frank. I bet he would have punched us out. Yeah. He would have kicked your ass, even old as he is. He trained for this shit. She did too, to a degree, but instead, this story says that she's just like, fine, let's chat. What? But okay. I bet he would have punched us out. Maybe he even sleep with a sword under his pillow. We met Prince Philip once, I say. Bet he'd even remember us. He come right to Hoboma Reserve, and we stage a buffalo hunt for him, only our buffalo sort of died of old age. Oh, yes, say the queen, and she laughed right out loud. She got a real pretty laugh. The prince regales everyone with that story. I wish I'd been there. You have no idea how boring most social occasions are. Everyone tiptoeing around, whispering, afraid everything won't go smoothly. The prince and I have very pleasant memories of our visits to Canada. It gets so cold in Canada the politicians walk around with their hands in their own pockets, says Frank. Ha ha ha, get it? 'Cause they usually have their hands in somebody else's pockets. Ha ha ha, oh Frank. That's another thing you couldn't do if you were king, Frank, is express your opinion. We of the royalty have to remain neutral. That way everyone is able to fantasize that we're on their side, no matter what the disagreement or argument may be about. We visit for a while longer, until Frank noticed the queen yawn. Then he say, well, I guess we should get moving. Look at him having a good thought. Good for you, Frank. Head pats to Frank. Finally, we're keeping you up and all, and I've decided I won't be king of Canada, even if they ask me to. Even when they ask me to, I got ahead of myself. They're not gonna ask, buddy. Yes, I suppose you have other things to do, and I do have a rather busy day tomorrow, but just one other thing. The prince mentioned how should I put this delicately? A rather enormous Mad Etta, we say. Oh no. Yes, the prince was very impressed by her. She's here with us, I say. Etta's traveling incognito, but you might reach her at the Chamondeley Hotel if you was to ask for Cynthia Wind. The queen has got out of bed and put on flowered slippers and a Chinese-looking robe. What the fuck? She walked across the room and opened a door that among her shelf is among her shelf of books there is a little bar. She take down 3 small pot-bellied glasses that was hanging upside down like bats on a wooden rack, and she splashed liquor in all 3. I can tell by the smell it is brandy. Good luck, say the queen, raise her glass to us. To the queen, say Frank, and we all 3 touch glasses, making the sound like the first notes of a bell chiming. You should make sure you keep the doors closed at night, says Frank. Otherwise, just anybody could walk in here. I'll remember that, say the queen. Nice talking with you, I say. My pleasure, say the queen. She smiled at us, and I think she mean it. We close her door real quiet. We would have got out without disturbing anybody besides the queen, I think, if Frank hadn't decided to take home a souvenir. Oh, god damn it, Frank. No! Why do they make these decisions? He pick up a long-necked vase the color of winter smoke, and as he go to put it under his jacket, it slip right through his fingers, crash in 1,000 pieces on the stone floor. Guess the sound wake up whoever was supposed to be guarding the palace. Boy, in less than half a minute, I bet we is surrounded by a whole army of policemen. That's where they are. We sort of get carried along, just like we was in a big crowd that was going someplace. I feel like I've been rode hard and put away wet, says Frank. Fucking hell, Frank. No. Why does he say these things? 'Cause he's Frank. We get asked questions for hours and hours when all we'd like to do is get some sleep. Turn out some of them men from Scotland Yard been following us, and they seen us have dinner with those Irish guys and figure sure we was there to hurt the queen. Well, no, but oh well. Neither of us say we talked with the queen. We think they might execute us or something if they found that out. Besides, the way these men talk, the queen might get into trouble for visiting with us. Our pictures is all over the newspaper the next day. Indians arrested inside Buckingham Palace. Full investigation of palace security underway. Canadian Indians, Thomas Fire in the Draw and Baptiste Wind. They used their other names. The other guys got in trouble. Were arrested at 3:30 a.m. inside Buckingham. By the end of the day, that information worked its way back to Canada, where the real Thomas Fire in the Draw and Baptiste Wind, who I guess by now is over their hangovers, show up on TV saying they ain't never set foot out of Alberta in their lives. The next morning, the police take us to a big room where, along with all the pink-faced Englishmen, are 3 or 4 small, dark men. These men speak to me in Frank in languages, sound as if they spitting out tacks and paper clips. The Englishmen talk among themselves as if we didn't understand English. They are trying to decide if we are Libyan, Iranian, or Iraqi terrorists. Then, to make matters worse, the Palestinian Liberation Organization claimed credit for us. Say we was there to blow up the Queen. We is just poor Indians from Canada got lost on our way back to our hotel. Can you prove it? Mad Etta, we both say. They bring in Etta, but she ain't who she says she is either, so they just put her in a cell next to ours. Somebody call Prince Philip. He knows who they are from a separate trip. Welcome back, Kate. You're okay. You can go if you has to go and you gotta get eeps. It's alright. I'm just reading some ridiculousness from Frank breaking into the freaking Buckingham Palace. Hold on while I cough, though. He is up to his bullshit again. Somehow they haven't died yet. Okay, I finally remember fingerprints. We all been arrested in Canada plenty of times, I say. If you was to send our fingerprints to the Alberta RCMP, or BC, or Saskatchewan, say Frank, or North Dakota, or Utah, that will be quite enough, thank you, say the English detective. I never thought being arrested by the RCMP would turn out to be a good thing, but our fingerprints prove out who we is. Just as they about to let us go, Frank breaks the news to them. No. Him and me had a drink and a smoke with the Queen. They don't believe us. But after we described the inside of the Queen's bedroom, I thought we weren't going to do this. Oh, no, wait. Silas decided he wouldn't do that. But Frank has chaos thoughts. Never mind. After we described the inside of the Queen's bedroom for them, they just kind of slumped down in their chairs. I guess they can see themselves losing their jobs. Yeah. That's when the head of the palace security say to us that if he cuts the red tape to send us home to Canada right away, we got to promise not to mention seeing the Queen for at least a year. I bet we home in Alberta for a month before Mad Etta tell us that the morning after me and Frank arrested, the Queen invite her for tea all by herself. I thought she was arrested too. The rest of the chiefs and the big wheels in their blue suits get to stay at the hotel. A guy who looked like an undertaker delivered the invite in a cream-colored envelope as thick as cardboard, say Etta. They even send to the hotel, instead of a limousine, a van, where the side roll open and Etta able to waddle right inside without all the hassle of pushing and pulling. Accessibility! But, instead of money going towards a accessible van for Etta, Chief Tom doesn't do shit, so, of course she never gets to do this. But okay, she was at the palace for over 2 hours. Oh, come on. Just when it gets interesting. Oh, this story's almost over. What did you talk about? We all ask. Etta smile in that secretive way she have when she knows something the rest of us don't. You wouldn't be interested, say Etta. Just women talk. Us women in positions of power have unusual kinds of problems. The end. No, Etta! Tell me! Tell me your Etta things! Tell me! Ugh, that's the fun bit. The rest of the story had me wanting to pull out my hairs. This is better. Alright. Now I'm just around my house. I should probably start laundry, but I'm probably just going to do it tomorrow before work. I hate our laundry room. That is how I feel about my dishes, good sir. I was supposed to do them, and you know what I did instead? Not that. In all honesty, I didn't have the bestest of mental health days, and I was not gonna do my dishes. I was not gonna do any of the chores. Okay, I got one thing done, but only because that one had a time-sensitive thing, and that motivated me. And then I just was cozy for a while, and I thought at one point, oh no, is it bad enough that I need to not do stream? And then it came about an hour, 45 minutes until stream start, and I'm like, no, stream is good. It's WP Kinsella stories. It's a bunch of Frank being bullshit. It's a marvelously distractible thing. So, we ended up okay in the end, and we're here. Yay. Thank you for the sorry, but we're here, and that's good. Alright, we have a break, and I guess I have a trigger word to read, or kind of talk, sing, and then if you have redeems, please drop them in. I'm sorry it took so long to get around to it. The story was long. It's not my choice. You're not sorry? You're not sorry? Hi, Guillaume. But the next story that we will read when we get back is The Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. Now I'm not here. What? You're not even here? Then who is? Was I talking to the ghost of the one game? Ooh. Indian Nation. There's gonna be an exchange program. Where do you think one of these idiots is gonna get sent? Because you know they're gonna get sent somewhere. If this is relevant, they're gonna go. Oh no! It's a ghost. A ghost? It's a ghost twerking. Why does my brain do this to me? It's not a ghost. It's not a ghost. Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. That's what I'm writing. I like that the little guy has a little bit of blush. Thank you for hydrate. That's a very good point. As I got distracted by emote. Thank you. And I guess I will read that, but I should put this down. Boop boop. Shaboop. Alright. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? It's the way you wrote it. Thank you, Dawn. It's very sweet. He's cute. Alright. I get water. Yes, we are settled. I am wondering about a few different things that I should bug you later, Cage, for you/other mods. Specifically, I'm thinking about emotes, and you posted, or you used, you didn't post, or did you also post? Whatever. New emote that you got made me thinking about emotes. We don't have many slots, but you know what? Maybe I'd throw some of them out temporarily to use some other ones for a little while, because I think they're very cool. And the unlock one random emote is a thing that's on Twitch, so like people can get access to them. It's not as easy, but like if I rotate through, some people would be able to have access to all of them. Right? Anyway, I'm excited. Make me think about emotes. Probably because I'm pretty much ready for D&D. My brain has finally opened up to be ready to think about other parts of stream, so that it's not just D&D. So that's why I'm like, back to emote thoughts. I has ideas, and then I forget them, and then I remember one, or I remember a different version of it. Because memory is funky. But anyway. Well, if there's no other redeems, folks, do we want to jump into the next story straight away? We can. I'm up for that. Twerking frog? This is what I wonder. I've been wanting to make different dance frogs for a while. I've also wanted to make at least a couple that are actually me. Everything's frog, because, it's simple. It's easier. But, I feel like there should be at least something of me, right? I wonder what it would be. Maybe it's my derpy ass face. Or maybe it would be, if we did a derpy face, it would be the frog face. I don't know. But I feel like it would be fun to do a bunch of different ones. I would pay for you twerking to be. Well, there's a couple of hiccups with that, because I haven't done any art for my deer legs. There's been done deer legs addressing, and so that would be it would be a little deer butt, basically. My butt is it's like you'd get deer legs on a people butt, really, but it's like we haven't done that art, so it would be like, okay, reveal in a emote. It would be silly, but I could. We could do. Um, I was looking specifically at the artists that did Cage's emotes, and maybe they would be up for that, or maybe we'd have to go to somebody else, or maybe that person would want like a version of me first before that, so they'd need my little chibi drawing of me first. I don't know, but there are different layers, so we could do. Um, it's something I should start on Throne, an emote creation fund. And we could do something for that. I'll set however much, or maybe I'd want to do like a chat with somebody and then be like, how much for each of these little emotes? I don't know. Different artists, different emotes might need different payment. I will look into eventually. Eventually. Yeah. Okay. Any other redeems or more to chat about? Or should I jump into next story? Oh, what you want to do? They should be open if you do go with them. Story here. Yeah. It looked like it was two different levels of stuffs. And I wonder if they would need more. Like, because we haven't gotten any little chibi me yet. If that might be a lot to hit them with at the front. Maybe I should bug them about it and find out. Story you say, then story you get. You're the first one to respond, and so far still the only one to respond. We'll go with that. I'll prep the story. Let's see if Raven can even spell. Yeah, let's go with that. And then scoop my little butt over so that it looks a little less on my face. There you go. No! You're gonna be an asshole? Are you gonna be not... which role is no? I'm guessing you just say no to don't be an asshole. Alright, well this is our story. Here we go. You just realized that. What? Oh, I wouldn't have called you that yet. I would have called you... Maybe I would have. I don't know. So far, you little shit is about the most. That's I could label the majority of the people that chat in my chat. Even the mods sometimes. Little shits. Little shits. That's the term. Not asshole. Asshole is like you're intentionally being mean. Little shits is intentionally being chaos and a little bit of problem. But like Frank Fencepost, we love you anyway kind of time. It's okay. Alright. The Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. Every once in a while, the government tries to do something nice for us Indians. Usually, it is just before an election when that something nice is announced. Whether it ever come about or not is another matter. You intentionally mean to get laughs. Is it mean or light mean? I guess that's the little difference. You guys do sometimes gaslight me a little bit, but about silly things. I'll tell you if you'll properly get the heck out of here. So far you have not been such. Don't be such. But you're good. You're okay. Whether it happened or not is another matter. Sometimes they announce a new program Then, after the newspapers get tired of writing about it, they file it away, hope no Indian will ever apply. That is the way it was with the Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. Ottawa to spend $10 million on Western Indians was how the Edmonton Journal headlined the story, and right up until the election, whenever some sneaky-looking politician from Ottawa speak within 50 miles of any reserve west of Ontario, he mentioned the program and the amount, but be pretty vague about the details. He know that after the election, that program get filed deep in a government vault somewhere. That would have happened to the Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program if it weren't for the goat. Personally, this world, she's the goat. Bedelia Coyote. Woo, 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 woo. Mad Ed is a right up there as well. But Bedelia is famous for causing the government grief. Hell yeah! Not that they don't deserve it. One time the government sent 52 John Deere manure spreaders to our reserve. Nobody asked for them, and hardly anybody farm enough to want or need one. Some of my friends try to strip them down as if they were cars, but nobody want to buy loose parts. Eventually, a few of them disappear, the way a cattle herd gets smaller if it ain't tended. All that happened maybe 8 years ago, and there are still 8 or 10 manure spreaders rusting in the slough below our cabins. You needed to take them on the road, go sell them to some other farmer. John Deere's good. They should have sent us 52 politicians, say Bedelia. They're all born knowing how to spread manure. Oh, shots fired. It'd keep them busy and they'd be doing something useful for the first time in their lives. Oh, again. Okay. Even crime wouldn't pay if the government ran it, say our medicine lady, Mad Etta. It is Bedelia who go to the Wetaskiwin office. Oh my God, they mentioned Mad Etta without a single mean comment. Oh my gosh, are they getting better about Etta? That's so nice. It is Bedelia who go to the Wetaskiwin office for our federal member of parliament, Mr. J. William Oberholzer. The Conservative Party could run a dog here in Alberta and win by 10,000 votes, I say. J. William is about 2 points smarter than most dogs, says Bedelia. I seen him tie his own shoes one day. Most politicians don't have that much coordination. Ha ha ha. Bedelia have to go back to Mr. Oberholzer's office every day for about 3 months, and she have to fill out a whole sheaf of forms, but finally they have to give her the details of the Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. Turn out that 3 people under 25 years old from each reserve in Western Canada can visit another reserve at least 250 miles away to learn the other tribe's culture and teach them about their culture. I'll teach them how to drink, says my friend Frank Fencepost. That's part of our culture, isn't it? Ain't it? Unfortunately, say Bedelia. I don't know, says Frank, screw up his face. I can't drink like I used to. Used to be I could really put it away, but now 15 or 20 beers and I'm right out of it. And he laughed deep in his chest, sound like someone pounding on a drum. Maybe I teach them how to have sex appeal instead. And I'll demonstrate brain surgery, says Bedelia. Oh, roasted. Yeah, you're right, says Frank. Can't teach other people to be sexy. You either got it or you ain't. Bedelia is a little like the wind, our medicine lady Mad Etta say. She's slow but steady. Wind wear down even mountains eventually. Hell yeah. I'm liking that those two ladies are supporting each other that way. Bedelia fill out another ton of forms, and finally all the papers arrive for people from our reserve to apply to go somewhere else. We get out a map of Canada and try to decide where it is we'd like to go. How about California, says Frank. I hear they got good weather and pretty girls down there. California ain't in Canada, we say. Then we'll go down there and talk them into joining up with us. Yeah, make California the 14th province/territory. I think that's better. I think that's a better math. Be a bit weird, though, I guess, in the middle. Anyway. Okay. Oh, no way. Okay, I'm excited. I hope this is what they do. We argue for a long time about different places, but we know we going to where Bedelia decide because she done all the work so far. You guys ever been to the land of the midnight sun? Bedelia asked. We been to Las Vegas, says Frank. Ha ha ha. Bedelia's look is so cold it could freeze us both solid. I'm talking about the Arctic. There's a place on the map called Pandemonium Bay, only 300 miles from the North Pole. There's an Indian reserve there, and I think that's where we ought to go. Like Frank, I'd a lot rather go where it's hot, but I smile at Bedelia and say, we're with you. I mean, how many times does the government do favors for poor Indians? I remember another time the government decided to do us Indians a favor. Someone in Ottawa get the notion that we all need new running shoes. Everyone on the reserve. Someone must have told them that Indians like running shoes or that we are all barefoot. To save money, they do the project by mail. Everyone on the reserve get a letter, a big brown envelope that have a 5-foot-long sheet of white paper about 2 feet wide folded up in it. Instructions are that everyone is supposed to trace the outline of their right foot on the paper and send it to Indian Affairs Department in Ottawa. Then they're supposed to send everyone their running shoes. We have more fun laughing over the idea than the time we move over Ovid Letelier's outhouse forward about 10 feet, so when he go to park his brand new Buick behind it, the car fall nose first into the hole. There are really over 20 people in Louis Coyote's family, and there is hardly enough room to get all the right feet on the paper. The kids draw around feet with pencils, pens, crayons, finger paint, peanut butter, Rogers golden syrup, and 1040 motor oil. Some people leave their shoes on. Others take them off. Frank Fencepost draw around a foot of Louis Coyote's horse and of his own dog, Guy Lafleur. Right, Guy Lafleur. When the running shoes come in the mail, Smoky Coyote get 4 short, fat ones, and Guy Lafleur Fencepost 2 pairs of tiny baby ones. Okay, so the horse got some fat shoes and the dog got a bunch of baby shoes. When the government give you something, you got to take it. Mad Etta, she put that length of paper on the floor to use as a doormat. The government write her 3 letters, say she gotta trace her foot and send it to them. Finally, they send her a letter, say she is liable to a $500 fine and 60 days in jail if she don't do as she's told, just 'cause she doesn't want fucking running shoes? Jesus Christ. That's really backwards. What the hell? Mad Etta sit down on a sheet of paper, trace one of her cheeks, and mail it off. A month or 2 later, come a letter say they only make shoes up to a size 32, and her foot is a size 57. Well, that's unfortunate. That was her ass. The kids use running shoes for footballs. We use them for fillers on the corduroy road across the slough. We tie laces together and toss them in the air until the telephone and telegraph lines along the highway decorated pretty good. For years there was faded and rotting running shoes hanging from those lines like bird skeletons. Me, Frank, and Bedelia put in applications under the Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program to visit Pandemonium Bay Reserve, Northwest Territories. Pandemonium Bay has the worst climate and the worst economy in Canada, say Mr. Nichols, my teacher and counselor at the tech school in Wetaskiwin, after I tell him where we're going. He go on to tell me it is almost always below 0 there, and in real temperature too, not this phony Celsius nobody understands. What? Okay, and he say it's snow in July and August, which is their nicest weather of the year. The ground never thaws ever, say Mr. Nichols. But I bet the nights is 6 months long, said Frank. I don't mind that at all. In that country, when you talk a girl into staying the night, she stays the night. It is the better part of a year before the money comes through. We are the only people ever apply under the Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program, so everybody make a big deal out of it. There's a picture in the Wetaskiwin Times of some suits from the Department of Indian Affairs present Bedelia with a check. Me and Frank are there, me looking worried, my black hat pulled low, my braids touching my shoulders. Frank grinned big for the camera, and of course Chief Tom is there, stuck his big face in the picture. He discouraged Bedelia every step of the way, but when the time come, he'd take as much credit for what she done as he dared to. God, I was about to say a very mean word for him. So, mentally pick one. That's him. Bedelia is serious about almost everything. She belonged to so many organizations I don't know if she can keep track. There is Save the Whales, Free the Prisoners, Stop the Missiles, Help the Seals, Stop Acid Rain, and I bet 10 more. If there is anything to protest within 200 miles, Bedelia is there. She is stocky built with her hair parted down the middle. She wears jeans, boots, and lumberjack shirts, and she thinks I should write political manifestos, whatever they are, and that I should put a lot more social commentary in my stories. My motto is piss in the ocean, Frank tell her when she started one of her lectures. Oh my god. Go in the ocean if you must. I immediately, piss in the ocean if you must. No. Okay. In a joke shop one time, I found a little button that say nuke the whales, and that about turned Bedelia blue with anger. What? Blue? She means well, even if she's pushy, and she's a good friend. And the thing she's worried about is reasonable to be worried about if you have a brain. People is sure odd. As soon as everyone knows where we're going, they start to say, why them? And aren't there a lot of people who deserve to go more? If they had their way, they'd send 2 chicken dancers and a hockey player, says Frank. And how come none of them ever thought of applying to go? It is true that none of the 3 of us dance, sing, make beadwork, belong to a church, or play hockey. Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit more cultural things to exchange, but they're the only people anywhere to apply, apparently, so okay, fine. To get to Pandemonium Bay, we fly in a big plane to Yellowknife, then make about 10 stops in a small plane, been made, I think, by gluing together old sardine cans. The plane feel like it powered by a lawnmower motor. For people from a little reserve, these 2 guys, Frank and Silas, seem to be on planes a lot. There are a lot of people that ain't never left the place at all, ain't been on any planes. So the fact that these 2 specifically, that aren't involved actually in politics or have cultural exchange stuffs, it's kind of wild that they're the ones that are going freaking everywhere. Just want to point that out. But okay, yeah, you who's been on the plane so many times, you can critique the little tiny plane, but okay. The plane feel like it powered by a lawnmower motor. Inside it is as cold as outside, and there is cracks around the windows and doors to let the frost in and the frost and snow. I'm getting all jumbled up. Ooh, breath. Big breath. The pilot wear a heavy parka and boots, have a full beard make him look a lot like a bear, and he only growl when Frank asks him a lot of questions. We'll stop asking questions then. Pandemonium Bay is like the worst part of the prairies in winter, magnified 10 times. Even though it is spring, it is 30 below. Looks like we're on the moon, says Frank. Stare at the pale white sky and endless frozen muskeg. Looks just like home, says Bedelia, sarcastic-like, point to some burned-out cars, boarded-up houses, and dead bodies of skidoos scattered about. There are gray and brown husky dogs with long hair huddled in the snowbanks, puff out frosty breath at us, while a few ravens with bent feathers caw, caw, and pick at the bright garbage scattered most everywhere. Though the government make a big deal out of our going pioneers, they call us in some of their handouts, and send about 20 pounds of propaganda to Pandemonium Bay with copies to each of us, Chief Tom, Mr. J. William Oberholzer, Premier Lockheed, and goodness knows who else, there's only one person to meet our plane. But when we see who it is, it explains a whole lot of things. Like why Bedelia has told us at least 100 times that we don't have to go with her unless we really want to. Who's this gonna be? And that she could get a couple of her demonstrator friends to travel with her or even go by herself. There won't be much for you guys to do up there, Bedelia said, like she wished we weren't going. Hey, we make our own fun. I never been arrested in the Northwest Territories, said Frank. I was hoping it was Gooch, because he's apparently from North, just not that area of North. So I was like, But okay. The only person who meet the plane is Myron Oglala. Myron, he's the only man Bedelia ever been interested in. He is a social worker, and she met him at a Crush the Cruise demonstration in Edmonton a year or two ago and bring him home with her for a few days. Bedelia never had a boyfriend before, so that sure surprised us all. A woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle is one of Bedelia's favorite sayings. Hell yeah, lady. Myron is soft and wispy, have a handshake like a soft fruit, and though he claims to be a full-blooded Indian, is going bald. If you ever notice, 99 out of 100 Indians, even real old ones, have a full head of hair. That is something we is real proud of. We call Bedelia's friend Myron the Eagle, which we lead him to believe is a compliment, though Bedelia know the truth. Yeah. Maybe he just has way too much testosterone. Did you think he's just too much of a man? But no, you're going to be all shitty about it. Stop judging him. Okay. She was as proud of Myron as a mother cat carrying a kitten by the back of its neck, and she explained to us when we get too nasty with our teasing that her and Myron have an intellectual communion with one another. I bet you can't buy that kind at the Catholic Church, I say. Right, says Frank. That's why you and him spend 15 hours a day in your bedroom with the door closed. Bedelia just stomp away angry. No reason you shouldn't have sex like everybody else, we say, but with Myron? And we roll around on the floor with laughter. Get out of there. Bedelia did admit one day, not long after that if if she was ever to have a baby, she'd name it Margaret Atwood Coyote. I like it. We knew Myron was up north somewhere, but we didn't know where, or guess how badly Bedelia wanted to see him again. Well, if it ain't Myron the Eagle, says Frank. Myron stared at us through his Coke bottle glasses, not too sure who we are. I sure hope he recognized Bedelia. But we don't have to worry about that. Bedelia hugged Myron to her, spin him around. She showed more emotion than I ever seen from her, except when she's mad at someone. Myron is expecting us. He have a Department of Indian Affairs station wagon, and he drive us a few blocks to what look like a super high-rise apartment. What's that? We ask. That huge semicircular building sit on the very edge of this tiny village. Look like something out of a science fiction movie. Pandemonium Bay is an accident, say Myron. Somebody couldn't read their compass, so they built a weather station here when it's supposed to go 600 miles up the pike. By the time somebody pointed out the mistake, they'd already bulldozed out an airport. There was so much money tied up, they had to leave this town where it was. Bureaucrats from Ottawa, who had never been north of Winnipeg, hired a town planner from New York to build a town for 3,000 people. He designed and built this. What is in front of us is a 10-story, horseshoe-shaped apartment building. There was supposed to be a shopping center inside the horseshoe. The store is protected from the wind by the apartments. But there's never been more than 150 people here. Ever, Myron Oglala go on. I guess it ain't very cold in New York, 'cause the architect installed an underground sewage disposal system, so environmentally sound it would even make Bedelia happy. And Myron smiled from under his glasses. It is the first hint we have that he has a sense of humor. Well, good. The sewer system froze and stayed frozen. Indian Affairs spent a few million thawing pipes and wrapping them in pink insulation, but they stayed frozen. That's the issue with permafrost, buddies. The big problem is the pipes are all in the north, are on the north wall where it's about 60 below all year round. And Myron laughed, and when he do so, do the rest of us. And when he do so, do the rest of us. Folks still live in the first floor apartments. They put in peat-burning stoves, cut a hole in the bathroom floor, put the toilet seat on a 5-gallon oil drum, use the basement to store frozen waste. Native ingenuity, says Frank. Common sense, says Myron, something nobody in Ottawa has. Me and Frank get to stay in one of those apartments. The Danish furniture is beat to rat shit, but there are 2 beds with about a ton of blankets on each. 4 brothers with a last name sound like a Macker share the next door rooms. We find them sitting on the floor in a semicircle around their TV set. They are all dressed in parkas and mucklucks. Don't you guys ever take off those heavy clothes? Asked Frank. You don't understand, said the oldest brother, whose name is George. Then he talked real fast in his native language to Myron. George says the local people have evolved over the years until they are born in Hudson Bay parkas and mucklucks. All 4 brothers smile, showing a lot of white teeth. And this time, like, I've kind of learned my lesson that I don't want to say this at all on stream. But this time the slur is definitely used in a nice, like, just wholesome, old-timey way. They didn't realize was not always okay to say. So these Indians seem more like E-word. They mean Inuit to me. They is wide-built and not very tall, with lean faces, and eyes look more Japanese than Indian. Yeah, okay. They are happy to see visitors, though, and they bring out a stone crock and offer us a drink. This stuff tastes like propane gas, say Frank in a whisper. Yes, it is. It is a slur, though, guys. Stuff tastes like propane gas, say Frank in a whisper after his first slug from the bottle. The 4 Amaker brothers smile, chug-a-lug a long drink from the crock, wipe their chins with the backs of their hands. They speak in their language, and we speak Cree, so to communicate we use a few signs and a few words of English. The drink, we find out, is called walrus milk, and if I understand what the Amakers is saying, after 2 swigs you likely to go out and mate with a walrus. Aha. Okay, that's why they call it that. They sit on the floor of their apartment cross-legged, even though the place is furnished. Ben Amaker bring out a bag of bone squares and triangles, got designs carved on them. He tossed them on the blanket like dice. Him and his brothers play a game that is kind of a complicated dominoes. They play for money. Frank, he watched for a while, then say to me in Cree, "This is easy. Boy, I'll have these guys cleaned out in an hour. Which pair of their mucklucks do you like best? I'll win 1 pair for each of us." Frank draw his cash from his pocket and sign that he want in on the game. I put up a quarter twice and lose each time, though I don't understand the game the way Frank does. I decide to go back to our place. I never like games very much anyways. Frank has already won $3 or $4 and is so excited he practically glowing. Bet his feet he can feel those warm mucklucks on them. Okay. I watch television in our apartment. There is a satellite dish on the roof of the apartment, and they got more channels than the Chateau Lacombe Hotel in Edmonton. Earlier, when I mentioned the big frost-colored satellite to Myron Oglala, he laughed and tell about how local people react to the television shows. "The Muppet Show is the most detested show on TV," he say. "And the character everybody loathe most is Kermit the Frog." What? Really? In local frog lore, the frog is feared and hated. Oh. Frogs are supposed to suck blood and be able to make pacts with devil spirits. Not my frogs! No! It really is no fun being green, says Frank. Ha ha ha. I bet the people who make the Muppet Show would sure be surprised at a reaction like that, I say. Up here they call the TV set Kusapachigan, I think is the thing. It's the word for the shaking tent where medicine men conjure up spirits, living and dead. A lot of people fear the spirits of the TV are stealing their minds, says Myron. Just like on the prairies, says Frank. About midnight, I hear Frank at the door. He come in a cloud of steam, take off his big boots, and hand them out the door to somebody I can't see. He lost his boots. I lost everything but my name, says Frank. Hand my boots out the door before I can stop him. I only lost 50 cents, I say, feeling kind of righteous. Yeah, but I know how to gamble, says Frank. Ugh, to get our boots back, Frank have to agree to a day's work for Bobby and Macker. Guess who's back? Back again. The honk is back again. Yes, yes, yes. I don't like the idea of working. Just walking around Pandemonium Bay can be dangerous. Without no warning at all, ice storms can blow up, and all of a sudden you can't see your own shoes, let alone the house you're headed to. Bedelia and Myron spend all their time together. There ain't nothing for Frank and me to do except watch TV. This is about the worst holiday I can imagine. Also, nobody is interested in learn about our culture, and these Indians don't have much of any that I can see. Okay, well that is rude, Frank. They can't see any off you, but the game itself was one of those culture moments, buddy. Just to say it. They worship the skidoo, says Frank. At least everywhere you look, there's a couple of guys down on their knees in front of one. Sounds like a lot of repairs then. You want to learn about our culture, says Bobby Amaker. We take you guys on a caribou hunt. Oh, hell yeah. And before we can say hunting ain't one of our big interests in life, the Amaker brothers loaned us back our boots, and we is on the back end of a skidoo bouncing over the tundra until there ain't nothing in sight in any direction except clouds of frosty air. Oh boy. Gotta get some reindeer now. Ben Amaker is in front of me, booting the skidoo across the fast ice as fast as it will go. And when I look over my shoulder, I see we lost sight of Frank and whoever driving his skidoo. After about an hour, we park in the shadow of a snowbank, look like a mountain of soft ice cream. I think it is only about 3 in the afternoon, but it already dark, and once, when the sky cleared for a minute, I seen stars. The wind sting like saplings slapping my face, and my parka is too thin for this kind of weather. When I go to speak, it's like every couple of seconds I'm about to sneeze. When I go to speak, Ben Amaker shush me, point for me to look out over the top of the snowbank. Sure enough, when I do, out there on the tundra is a dozen or so caribou grazing on whatever it is they eat among all the snow and rocks. Lichen. It's mostly lichen. Ben take his rifle from the scabbard and smile. He take a small rifle from somewhere under his feet and offer it to me. A smaller rifle. I'd miss, I'd whisper. If Frank were here, he'd grab it up and say, Fencepost has the eye of an eagle, then probably shoot himself in the foot. Yeah, that sounds like Frank. No singing frog, it will steal our spirit. No, I'm just joking. But singing frog time? Okay. Ben take aim, squeeze off 2 shots, and drop 2 caribou. The second one, before he do anything more than raise up its head, he don't even take 1 step toward getting away. The other caribou gallop off into the purplish fog. You're a great shot, I say. You learn to shoot straight when your life depend on it, says Ben. If you could shoot, we'd have had 4 caribou. You speak more English every time I see you. We didn't know if you guys were real people or not. We thought maybe you were government spies. We have a good laugh about that. I tell him how, back at Hobama, we've been doing the same thing to strangers all our lives. But if we'd have killed 4 caribou, how'd we ever carry all the meat back, I ask. Where you figure the dead caribou is gonna go? Asked Ben. They don't spoil in this here weather? Polar bears? And they don't spoil in this here weather. Polar bears, I say? Not this time of year. They go where it's warm. So Ben's saying he's dead. He's not gonna go nowhere. And Silas is worried about somebody else coming along to eat it, but no, they're gone while it's warm. Ben climb on the skidoo and turn the key, but all that come out is a lot of high-pitched whining and screeching like a big dog been shot in the paw. Yep, that's the repairs we need. Oh no. You are dead! No, don't be dead. At the same time, one of them ice storms sweep down on us so we can't see even 3 feet away. Oh shit. Oh no. The wind blow ice grains into our faces like darts. Ben take a quick glance at me to see if I'm worried, and I guess he can tell I am. My insides feel tingly like the first time an RCMP pulled my hands behind my back to handcuff me. Get down behind here, Ben yell. Point for me to let the skidoo shield me from the wind. He get on his knees above the motor, push a wire here, rattle a bolt there. I know some mechanics, I say. I study how to fix tractors for 2 years now. I get up on my knees and look at the motor. I take off one glove, but the tips of 2 fingers freeze as soon as I do. I think my nose is froze too. I think the fuel line is froze up, I say. I wish Mad Etta was here. It hurt to be scared with a 400-pound lady beside you. Okay, we're back to making it a thing about her every time, but alright. Also, Etta would be like having along a portable pot-bellied stove. Etta liked to joke that if she was on a plane crashed in the wilderness that stayed lost for 6 months, everyone else would be dead of starvation, but she would still weigh 400 pounds. It's true that Etta don't eat like the 3 or 4 people she is as big as. That's just a lot of... I mean, yeah. You assume you eat big just because you are big, but sometimes it's just like, no, my body just wants to hold on to that so that I don't die in the cold, bud. Okay. The wind gets stronger. The skidoo motor ice cold now. Are we gonna die? The skidoo motor ice cold now. Are we gonna die? I say to Ben Amaker. You can if you want to, says Ben, but I got other ideas. Ooh? I don't think he meant that to be unkind. I sure wish I never heard of Pandemonium Bay and the Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. No, I don't think that was to be unkind. I think that was to sound like an action movie line. Come on, say Ben. Stand to a crouch, move around the end of the skidoo. We can't walk out, I yell. At least I can't, my clothes are too thin. Be quiet and follow me, says Ben. No way. What are you about to do? Oh, yep. Okay, they're going to do this one. Okay. Be quiet and follow me, says Ben. I sure wish I had his leather clothes. I didn't even bring my down-filled jacket. I didn't expect to be outdoors so much. Oh, Silas, you should have done everything you could to stay warm. Oh well. I grab onto the tail of Ben's parka and stumble over the uneven tundra. We aren't even going in the direction we come from. The wind is so bad we have to keep our eyes mostly shut. I don't know how Ben can tell what direction we're going in, but in a couple of minutes we stumble right into the first dead caribou. Ben whip a crescent-bladed knife out from somewhere on his body, carve up that caribou like he was slicing a peach. I don't even like to clean a partridge. In spite of the cold air, the smell of caribou innards make my stomach lurch. Ben pulled the guts out onto the tundra, leaving his arms right in the middle of the dead animal, his seal skin mitts still on. I'm sorry to be so helpless, but I can't think of a single thing to do except stand around freezing. Wonder how soon I'm going to die. Ben cleared the last of the guts out of the caribou. Crawl inside, he said to me, point down at the bloody cavity. Huh? Crawl inside. Warm. Caribou will keep you alive. I can't, I say, gagging and feel faint at the idea. You'll be dead in less than an hour if you don't. What's the good? The caribou will freeze too. My brothers will come for us. How will they know? They'll know. How will they know where we are? They'll know. Now get inside. And Ben raised up his bloody mitt to me. I think he is about to hit me if I don't do as I'm told. All I can think of as I curl up like a not-born baby is what a mess I'll be. All the blood and the smell. Face in, says Ben. Why? You want your nose to freeze off? I squeeze into the cavity, breathe as shallow as I know how, my stomach in my throat. I'm as scared as I've ever been. Ben draped the loose hide across my back. It is warm in here. Don't move, no matter what, he says. My brothers will come. I'm going to the other animal. Don't move. And I hear his first few steps on the ice and rock, then nothing but the wind. Now who's going to guess that this is actually going to be a joke? I'm a little bit nervous that this is all actually going to be a joke, that they're going to laugh at him for it, but I don't think it is. I think this is as scary as Silas is interpreting it. I think it is as dire as that, but I don't know for sure. It's pretty hard to guess how much time has passed when you're freezing to death inside a dead caribou. I have a watch on. One of those $7 ones flash the time in scarlet letters when you press a button. But the watch is on my wrist, under my jacket and shirt, and I'm scared to make a move to look at it. I try thinking about some of the stories I will have to write. About my girl, Sadie One Wound. About some of the things I should have done in my life that I didn't. Still, time passed awful slow. I'd guess maybe 3 hours. The more time go by, the more I know Ben has saved my life, even if it is temporary. Out in the open I'd be dead, and maybe Ben too, tough as he is. Then from a long way away I hear the faint put-put-put of skidoos. At first I'm afraid it is only the wind playing tricks, but the sound gets louder, and finally a flash of light comes through a crack between the ribs and the loose hide, hit the back wall of the caribou and reflect off my eye. I try to move, but find I can't budge even an inch. I push and push. The caribou is froze stiff with me inside. Oh my God. Silas, you dead or alive or what? I hear Frank yell. I'm here, I say. My voice sounds to me like I'm yelling into a pillow. There is a ripping sound as the hide pulled away from my back. Then Frank's hand shoved a jug of walrus milk in front of my face, but I can't move to grab it, and he can't position it so I can drink. Lie still, it is David Amaker's voice. We cut you out with a chainsaw. I hear the chainsaw start. Buzz, buzz, go the saw. I know I ain't frozen when I can feel those blades about to cut into places all over my body. I sure hope Frank ain't operating it. If it is Frank that would have cut into you, you know it. Eventually, they cut the ribs away, and somebody grab onto the back of my parka and pull me out onto the tundra. Ben is there. His slow smile at me. His face is friendly, but his eyes is tough. We both look like we committed a mass murder, so he must have been in too. I told you they'd come, say Ben, slapped the shoulders of his brothers with a big mitt. I tip up that jug of walrus milk. Going down my throat, it feel like kerosene that already been lit, but I don't mind. It great to be able to feel anything. Lucky they didn't leave the search up to me, says Frank. Soon as we got home, I borrowed $5 from Andy Amaker and was winning back my stake when these guys, without even looking at a watch, all sit silent for a few seconds listening. Then Andy say, Ben ought to be back by now. They get up, all three at the same time, right in the middle of a round, and head out to start the skidoos. Hey, I said, let's finish the game and the walrus milk. But they just get real serious expressions on their faces, and nobody say another word. We drive for miles through a snowstorm thick as milk and find your skidoo and you, first try. I don't know how these guys do it. That night there is a celebration because me and Ben been brought back alive. An old man in a sealskin parka play the accordion. Accordion? and we get served up food that I'm afraid to even think what it might be. A couple of men sing songs, unmusical, high-pitched chants, like the wind blowing over the tundra. A couple of other men tell stories about hunting. Then Frank stand up and say, "Listen to me. I want to tell you a story of how I brought my brothers in from the cold." You can't take the credit this time, you little shit. Frank, he then tell how he sensed we was in trouble and how he convinced the Amaker brothers to stop playing dice and drinking walrus milk and start the search. When he is finished, everyone laugh and pour Frank another drink. "You lost a case today. No, not the chuckle lawyer. Who could have guessed he would not win? Oh, no." "I'm sorry is not a good day, Shuckwad. I'm sorry." "A whole case of Pepsi. I couldn't find it." Oh, that is very sad. That is very sad. Not Pepsi. Dang it. Okay. "Come here," Ben Amaker say to me. He carrying a funny little instrument, looks something like a dulcimer, have only one string that I'd guess was animal and not metal. Ben pull at my arm. "Why?" I say, holding back. "You guys are here to learn about our culture. You and me going to sing a song to those two caribou, tell them how grateful we are that they saved our lives. Ask them to forgive us for killing them before their time." "I can't sing," I say. "What kind of Indian are you?" say Ben. "When you open your mouth, the song just come out. You don't have nothing to do with it." Ben pull me to my feet, and we walk to the front of the little group. He pluck at the dulcimer, and it make a plong, plong sound, not musical at all. Ben sing a couple of flat notes, then make sounds in his throat like he imitating the call of some sad bird. Throat singing? Frank staring around, bold-faced, his black cowboy hat pushed to the back of his head. There are already 2 or 3 girls got their eyes bolted to him. Oh, no. "The best way to learn about any culture is to make love with their women," Frank said to me on the flight up. "I bet he ain't gonna have to sleep alone for the rest of our stay here." Oh, no. I don't want to encourage him with this bullshit. Okay. Ben Amaker point at me and plonk the dulcimer. I have a truly flat voice and a tin ear, but it looked like I found a culture where everybody else have the same problem. They're just not gonna judge you for it, to be nice and real. I've never felt so shy in front of a group of people, but I had a lot of time to think inside that dead caribou, and there no question it did save my life. I open my mouth and sing. The sound that come out is more high-pitched than I would have guessed, but flat as all the prairie. "Thank you, Mr. Caribou, for saving my life today. Please forgive me for killing you so I could go on living." After those first lines, it is easy, almost like when people get up and give testimonials at Pastor Orkin's church back home. Ben echoes my words. So do his brothers, who sit in a circle on the floor in front of us. "Thank you, Mr. Caribou, for giving up your life," I sing, and as I do, I raise the blood-stained arms of my parka toward the ceiling. The end. No, Frigid, I'm going to bonk you. No. I mean, do if they want to do that, but that's not all that is to culture. No. Well, okay, that was Indian Nation Cultural Exchange Program. Ooh. The next story is called The Performance. Ooh. But now is for triggers. Oh my god. And an ad break. I know, I'm sorry, but we will have to do ad break. I will prepare the thingy. I'm going to do Singing Frog. So we'll start with that. Why is this not typing? What are you doing? Meh? I can be an ambassador. You're gonna get bonked. Thank you for the stretch, Cam. We're gonna stretch it out. Oh. Okay. Woo. A little bit of crackies in the back. But alright, now it's Herbert's time. Alright, little Herbert. Alright. Here he is. Ooh, and scissor snips next. Alright, here we go. Nat. Oh, it's Herbert. Goodbye. Go back to your shelf. Is the scissor snip supposed to be a haircut in the frigid? That is what Vi does, and she snips your ears when it happened. I don't want to snip your ears. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt ears. But alright, scissor snips time. Ooh, we put those scissors. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Chicks dig scars? Well, let's not call them birds, but I know that's how I get all the ladies. Hee 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 hee. My leg. I can't say it like the SpongeBob guy. I wish. That is one of the that's something that really hurts me is that I cannot properly mimic the my leg guy cuz it's just the best. I love that earworm. It's stuck in my head. Just like if I could do the Wilhelm scream, the scream that is in all the movies, I would be doing that all the time too. Oh my gosh, I love those. But I cannot pull them off. Maybe I just need more practice. But all right. Any other redeemers? Any other redeemers? Alright, I have to do the ad. Okay, here comes the ad while you maybe ponder redeems. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and click. It's coming in. Ad coming in hot. Ish. Slowly. There. Okay. It took its time for a second there. I don't know. Oh god. I just looked at one word in this next story and it freaked me out. They really are still using the Wilhelm scream. Well, hello, beaded earrings stuck on the chain. Meow mix. Meow 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 meow. Come here. My earrings fell on the floor. Ah, sorry you got bonk. They're very quiet, but that's them. Alright, we'll do chain. Eat shit, Michael Mouse. Let's do the chain trigger now. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Well, there was the chain. You're 3 away from the humming. Did you get the 3 yet? I don't know for sure how the humming, or how the points, how often they come back. Whenever I'm getting my points, I'm not paying attention. The only time I notice anything is when the little like treasure chest pops up. I'm like, oh, look, gotta get it. Okay. No, you didn't get enough. Gam, you're so nice. We'll do humming, yes. Okay, humming time. Humming. Okay. What are we gonna do? Alright. Yes, it was for release. But can you name this one? Record. it's not Beethoven's Fifth Symphony in G minor, because I don't think that exists for sure, but maybe it do. It is Some Folks Do, and it is stuck in various people's heads. It's easy to get in your head. It's a very old song, but it's fun. Okay. Okay. I was looking for guidance on a thing, and I have decided the way I will go about it. Two things jumped out at me without looking. We're not going to do that humming now, Frigid, because we just did it. We'll do it at the next break, though. The next story seems to refer to some interesting stuff. I saw a couple of words jump out as they were peeking out underneath the OBS stuffs. So I will be personally censoring. So basically, there will be one word that I'm going to censor, and there's another one that might be a trigger warning, but it might be fine. I think it will be just. Yeah. Okay. So it's looking like it's gonna be a very interesting cultural exchange about not uh, the Cree peoples, not Native Americans. So this is gonna be interesting. Um, we're gonna have a giant trigger warning on this one, basically, because I'm not sure how this is gonna go. It's called The Performance, and you might see why that would be coming up. That might be relevant. It seems that it might be a somewhat insensitive performance, or maybe it's a properly sensitive performance, but it is written about in an old-timey way, and I'm not sure. Alright. We'll see. We will see in a minute how this story goes. We will. Alright, now that the words aren't covering my face, here we go. Thank you for the stretch. We did it fairly recently, but you know what? Let's do a full. Oh, I got more back crack. That was good. Okay. Yes. Okay. Hydrate. And paying attention to my posture now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Alright. So yes. As I read this next one, I am censoring myself. We're not gonna try and guess the word. I'm just gonna use what I'm just gonna use what might be the preferred term as far as I'm aware. And if someone's like, oh, you're being too sensitive, well, I have no one. I had the internet to ask, and it was not being very helpful. It seemed like it was a good idea to self-censor. So we're just gonna do that. If it sounds like I'm saying the wrong words, like it's too modern, that's why. Okay? You can guess something me that they put instead. But alright, The Performance. This story came about because I read books. Good job, Silas. Considering you write them, that is good. Alright. I read a book written by an Indian. One of the stories he told went a little like this. In maybe 1900, a bunch of Indians was at a big exhibition in St. Louis, which is down in the middle of the United States somewhere. They was hired to do a ceremonial dance, but they decided to dude up that dance some because at that exhibition was peoples from Africa who done some really fierce dances. Yes, that is the culture we are referring to. Good friends, you think I'm reading this book scared of anything indigenous because of that? No, honeys. I'm a frickin' deer lady. Do you know what that is? No. We're worried about this particular culture might start to get a little insensitive, but also the word that I am going to censor, I'm replacing with little person. It is about that. So there, that's what you get to know. All right, here we go. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Shut up. Okay. Here we go. The Indians got to be friends with an African little person, and he joined in their ceremony. They dressed up an Indian to look like a cannibal. So that's something that we're doing now. And right in the middle of that dance, the cannibal make like he biting the little person, and as he do a blood splatter all over because the Indians had killed a sheep beforehand. That little person disappear, and all that's left on stage is blood and sheep meat. There was thousands of people watch the dance. Most believe what they see, send in police to arrest the cannibal. It was then the Indians perform a reverse dance, bring the little person back to life, leave the police and audience scratching their heads saying, "How did they do that?" The magic of stage. While the Indians laugh behind their hands. One rainy afternoon at Hobama Pool Hall, I tell my friends that story. We all have a good laugh on how they put one over on the white man, which is kind of what life is all about. Certainly over there, yeah. I wonder if white men is all that dumb, I say. I wonder if Indians is still that smart, says Robert Coyote. You know, say Molly Thunder, who is just the best chicken dancer in Western Canada. We got a letter inviting us to perform at the Calgary Stampede in July. By us, Molly mean her and Carson Longhorn, my sister Dolores, and the group of dancing students Molly teaches. The group call itself the Duck Lake Massacre and come crashing on stage to the bang of drums and the whack of finger cymbals. Molly's dancers... Molly's dancers is always decked out in feathered costumes and animal masks. Look real scary. Audiences, even here on the reserve, always like to be scared just a little. Maybe you could liven up your shows, says my friend Frank Fencepost. I be your cannibal. And Frank bare his teeth, raise his arms over his head, jig around to try and look fearsome. Sounds like fun, says Carson Longhorn, but where we get a little person? How do I tiptoe about this? They use a different word, and they refer to them being from Africa. Let's say that. They're little people from Africa, aren't they? Says Molly. That stumped us all for a minute. Somebody suggests using a kid, but I bet even white people could tell the difference between a child and a little person. Then a light shine over the heads of 4 or 5 of us at the same time. Melvin, Bad Buffalo, we all yell, and we smile and slap each other on the shoulders. And this time, this word, still some would maybe prefer a different term, but this is not an all universally agreed mean word, so I'm going to say this version. Melvin Bad Buffalo is a genuine Indian dwarf. He at one time wrestled professionally. Wrestlers always have a good guys and bad guys, and Melvin was a bad guy. If I remember the terms, it's a face and a boot. Right? Hey, Lohonk, are you still here from after Meaty Man Wrestling? Did I get that right? Okay. I seen him wrestle once when I was just a kid at the Sales Pavilion in Edmonton. Heel is the bad. Yes. Oh, heel. Oh, dang. It's not boot, it's heel. I was close. Damn it. Okay. Ryder Stonechild took me. Melvin come to the ring wear a black 10-gallon hat, a buffalo robe, and carry a spear. I remember that he bounced on the ropes a lot and was in a tag team match partnered up with another Indian named of Little Beaver. They fought Tom Thumb and Pancho Villa, the Mexican jumping bean. Melvin Bad Buffalo beat the other wrestlers' hair and gouged their eyes when the referee wasn't looking, which seemed to be all the time. Yes, I knew face was good and heel was bad. I had the wrong one. Anyway, there you go. I was close. Okay. After Ryder brought me home, me and Frank and our friends play wrestling match games for a month or two. But that was a lot of years ago, and Melvin Bad Buffalo ain't fared so good. He is still a dwarf. You don't say. Got little tree trunk legs and a body solid as a ham. His head is a normal size, tall and rectangular as a shoebox. He ain't wrestled for a good 5 years, I bet, and he just hang around the Alice Hotel, sweep the floor of the bar, empty ashtrays into a gallon tin what used to hold ketchup. Melvin's real name is Crawford Peach, and he come from our reserve. Craw, as his old friends call him, have too much of a fondness for beer, and now got the start of a little sad belly. Make him look like a starving kid. He look at us like we was crazy when we asked if he liked to join Molly's dance troupe. We gonna do a special dance at the Calgary Stampede, and we need a little person. You figure you could act like one? Are they gonna, I'm just realizing, I really hope they don't, but I think they're about to include blackface. Oh my god. Oh, why? Alright, I'm gonna lose it. Another Frank bullshit day. Oh gosh, okay. How much is all Crawford want to know? They give us acting lessons at wrestling school, he say with a crooked smile, but I was made to promise I'd never tell. 'Cause wrestling's real. I never took acting classes. Man. $100 every time we do the dance, and we supposed to do 3 nights, say Molly Thunder. That's more than anybody else is getting, and that's only if Mad Etta agrees to help us, and you mind your manners with the booze. That old walrus Etta couldn't cure somebody in perfect health, says Crawford Peach. You bite your tongue. A matter of opinion, I say, 'cause Silas is the apprentice medicine person. Damn it, don't you insult. Don't you dare. Medicine woman mad at is gonna get you. Okay. If she's so damn smart, why couldn't she do nothing for me? Oh, honey. 'Cause there's nothing to fix. You're lovely as you are, but I'm sure you've been told all the awful things. I'm sorry, Crawford. He say, curl his big upper lip, take a crooked cigar out of his box in his shirt pocket and light it. It's true that Etta didn't do anything for Crawford, but it only because she didn't try, and the reason she didn't try was because he demanded a full cure and don't even say please. If I'm the only little person available, I figure I should get $500 all told. Him and Molly argue for a while, but he do have a point. Indian dwarfs is few and far apart. Molly finally give in. Later on, we tell Etta the story. You figure you can make that kind of magic? I ask her. Do sows have tits? Says Etta. Is Chief Tom Snow White inside? Ah, that's what. I thought she was like, where is he? He's going to be involved. And I'm like, oh, that's going to ruin it. About the 1st of June, the group have its first practice. That is when they find out what I always knew. That Frank Fencepost got at least 3 left feet and no noticeable rhythm. He's not going to dance for shit. Good luck. Molly Thunder is pretty smart, though. It is my job to make Frank look like a cannibal. I got books out of the library, and by rubbing on... How does this make him a cannibal? Hey, remember when I was saying that lady with the hairstyle was pink? And maybe the reason that we didn't say it was mohawk is he said it had a Iroquois hairstyle? Or maybe because that's actually a term for cannibal. Did you know that word means cannibal in one of the other languages because the Iroquois were fighting around with each other? Anyway, don't do this. Basically, okay. To summarize, Frank does blackface. Oh god. Okay. To get a costume, a couple of us climb up a pole at the Land of Eden Recreational Vehicle Center outside of Camrose, and we cut down a few of them triangular plastic flags that snap and crack in the wind. Frank going to wear a loincloth made from plastic flags. Why? Okay. Loincloth got to come at least to my knee or natural endowment frighten off the audience, Frank say, grinning. Ha ha ha. Or else all the women will be rushing the stage. He stopped for a minute. Might not be such a bad idea, that. Yeah. It's not actually. Please don't say that. It's that people called each other names and different things happened, but it's insulting to say any of that, and that's probably why people don't want to say that term so much as the proper term, gayangeha ka, cause nobody wants to. Anyway, it's getting dicey, this story. I did warn yous. Okay. When she find out Frank can't dance a lick, Molly Thunder take a chalk and draw 2 footprints on the stage. She then teach Frank to fit his own feet over the drawings. She have him stand like a weightlifter flexing his muscles, a calf skull rattle in each hand. I'm just gonna guess, that chalk is gonna get mussed up and he's not gonna dance for shit. Okay. We're going to give you a permanent so you have a fuzzy hair for the performance. Oh, they're giving him a perm so that he has a fro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, somebody hurt him. For this, you deserve it. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? And this is only gonna keep. I can't stop it. It's already written. This is what they're gonna do. Frank decidedly did bad. Okay. All you have to do is bounce on one spot on the stage just like you were on a trampoline. It is also my job to get Melvin Bad Buffalo ready for the dance. I call him Melvin to his face because I figure he liked that better than his real name. I figure it best if I'm on the good side of anybody I gotta rub down with charcoal and floor wax. So that's gonna happen next too. Still, Melvin usually show up for rehearsals hungover, unshaved, and as Frank say, mean as a goat with a sore dick. That's really mean. But when he want to, Melvin can dance like hell, and the program shape up real fast. Hell yeah. Let the dude just dance. He doesn't gotta be a frickin' circus act, guys. Oh my god. But okay, this is what they did, because the time and the shittiness, and this is fictional, and somebody thought that this would be entertaining. This I'm gonna solidly say, we're putting it officially in the bad books. Okay? This is officially 2 stories I'm disappointed in Kinsella for. We into the second last week when Molly Thunder have Mad Etta come to rehearsals. By that time, most everybody know their dance steps. All that's left is for Frank to attack Melvin Bad Buffalo and for Etta to make that dwarf disappear in a splatter of blood. Too bad Melvin Bad Buffalo is such a mean dude. First time Frank come up to him on stage, he put his hands on Melvin, reach in as if he going to bite his neck. The professional wrestler in Melvin react. At least that's what Melvin said. After he broke Frank's chokehold and fling Frank over his shoulder. Frank get his wind knocked out and it about half an hour before he's ready to go again. He is about the palest looking can. Oh, I can't. Melvin throw Frank at least once on each of the first 3 days they practiced together. Damn. We ain't gonna need no phony blood, says Frank. We just use Melvin, so I'll bite the head off him just like he was a chicken. You're just the geek to do it, says Melvin. They throw real punches at each other until we pull them apart. Frank come out on the short end of that fight, too. Melvin's a professional. Of course he's losing, god damn it. But if we thought we had problems with Frank and Melvin, they ain't nothing compared to what happened after Mad Etta arrive on the scene. Oh, they gon' fight. Etta's job is to sit in the middle of the stage on her tree trunk chair, just like a queen, be decorated like a public Christmas tree with furs and feathers and elk teeth. It take me and Rufus First Rider a whole day to put super strength casters on her chair so Etta can be wheeled around the stage. The dancer's going to twirl and rattle all around her. There will be some cut-up meat hid under her costume. Frank and Melvin is to fight, and while the dancers block off the audience view, Melvin Bad Buffalo going to be hid under Etta's dress. The dancers will run off stage wheeling Etta on her chair, and all that will be left is Frank, all covered with blood, and a few pieces of meat people can believe used to be part of Melvin. We'll play it by ear after that, says Molly. Audiences today are used to blood and guts on TV and in the movies. They may not give a care about what we done. If they don't make a fuss, we don't do the second part of the dance. They're gonna make a fuss because you're gonna fuck it up. I just know it. Frank's involved. Are you kidding? Backstage, on the first day, Melvin said to Etta, "Listen, you old elephant, let's get it straight that I'm only doing this for the money." "I thought I heard a voice," interrupt Etta, stare straight ahead over the top of Melvin's head. "Sound like that little polecat, Crawford Peach. Has anybody seen him around lately?" "Oh, you sass him right back, Etta. He deserve it for being so mean. But he's just salty because he's got a bunch of internalized ableism, unfortunately." Crawford Melvin jump up and down to make himself seen. "Oh, it was you talking," says Etta. Okay, she's being a little bit of a shit. "I thought maybe your mind might have growed up, even if the rest of you didn't." That was me. That's the part that's me. But I guess not. You always dumb as a salt lick. That part might be accurate, but the other part was unnecessary, ma'am. You gonna get shot for a moose one day. I guess that's what Melvin said. Saying you're gonna be confused for a moose. Also, people, because the rest of the world is mean to you guys about your bodies, you're gonna get extra mean to each other, and that's not nice. But oh boy, they go okay. Etta reached down and picked Melvin Bad Buffalo up by the biceps, lift him until they is face to face. "It ain't nice to talk to your medicine lady in such a rude way. We going to work together. In fact, you gonna be hid under my skirt." If I knew that was part of the deal, I never would have agreed. I'd rather be under a granary with 7 skunks. "So if you want to live long and die happy," Eddie go right on, "and have us use pig meat in the act instead of dead polecat, you better start being nice to know." If Melvin's stare have heat to it, Etta would have been fried golden. And though he don't talk back, I bet he's sure thinking rude thoughts. We put on the show at Blue Quills Hall the last week of June, do everything but use the blood and pig meat. While Frank and Melvin act out their fight, all the dancers have their feathered bustles facing the audience, block off the view real good as Melvin gets slipped under Etta's long buckskin dress. "Have to kill off a whole herd of moose just to cover that old woman," Melvin say, but never when Etta is within hearing. When the dancers move aside, there is Frank all alone, beat his chest like it was a drum, with Melvin nowhere in sight. The audience seem to like the dance. So do the organizers at the Stagary? No, it's not the Stalgary Campede. Come on, Raven. The Calgary Stampede, who make us preview the act for them. They make everybody do that because one time they got surprised by a stage act what have naked dancing in it. Seems people in Alberta aren't up to seeing anybody naked. Churches and newspapers kicked up a stink for months about that, so now every act get looked at by representatives of the Stampede, a church minister, a school board member, and somebody from Alberta Culture, an organization that sometimes gives money to artists and writers as long as they promise to be unsuccessful. You could tell he tried to get money for them, and that didn't work out because he's a bit salty. As long as they promise to be unsuccessful. Whatever your beef with them is, Silas, tell us later. We don't even disappear Melvin at the Stampede preview. No, they didn't even disappear him. That would be the point of the preview, buddies. You're not going to get to do a second show, are you? Oh, boy. Oh. Look at the school board lady, says Molly. She likely to think there's something nasty going on under Etta's skirts. Less these people know, the better. And she's right. The school board lady got a face like a dried apple and wear a green hat shaped like a sieve. Have little weird roses growing out of it. Be nice to me, old woman, Melvin say to Etta before almost every practice. I've been known to play with matches. And he smiles, showing his bad teeth. Okay, that's threatening. Oh, God. Melvin, in his own way, been sucking up to Mad Etta for the last couple of weeks, hoping, I guess, that she give him some medical attention. He bring her a bottle of beer a couple of times, and he give her a barrette for her hair, shaped like a butterfly. Oh, well, that's nice. He claimed he found it on the street, though my girl Sadie saw him buy it at the Woolco store in Wetaskiwin. Can't say I blame Melvin for wanting help. Guess nobody likes being a dwarf. Well, that isn't accurate, but he is clearly having a hard time with the way people treat him. But he still acts like it is something Etta owes him just because he's there. Wobbly little tentacle man. About 2 hours before we due to perform the dance for the first time on the big outdoor stage at the Stampede in front of 20,000 or more people, Melvin, he go on strike. I want you to work some medicine on my body, he say to Etta, or I ain't going on stage. It's hard for me to understand people like Melvin. Even though he live his life in a white world, when the chips are down, he believe in the old ways and medicine. First, say Etta, sitting like a bear way up on her tree trunk chair, it take me a week or more to prepare. We're rhyming too much. Are we going to move fast? And second, I never been able to change the way people was born. I can cure most sickness if the sick person believes in me. But Melvin don't let her finish. If he was a good judge of character, everything would have been okay. I can tell Etta is weakening, and she, in another minute, especially if the word please squeezed itself out of up Melvin's mouth, would have agreed to at least try to cure him of some of his ills. But Melvin Bad Buffalo don't see any of that. All he sees is a big old woman tower over top of him, and he jump around like a kid who don't get his own way. Call Etta every nasty name there is, plus 2 or 3 he invented himself. Well, he's a creative. We already knew that. But when he finished swearing at Etta, Melvin decided to leave. But me and Frank and 10 or so other people won't let him. He put up a certain amount of struggle, but we lock him in a box, big as a garbage dumpster, what used to hold everybody's costumes. God damn it. You literally... Oh my gosh. The time for the dance arrive. Rufus push Etta's chair on stage, while Etta hold Melvin by the shoulder, steer him along. Melvin look mean as any little person ever did. The PA system announced the Duck Lake Massacre from Ermine Skin Reserve, Hobama, Alberta, and all the dancers rush on stage in a wave of color and a screech of sound, and the mystical dance of the Ermine Skin Warrior Society be underway. The drums throb loud and the dancers clatter around the stage, whirl, whirl, spin and swirl. Frank leap out, look so fierce he even scare me a little. Even Melvin Bad Buffalo danced like his pants was on fire. The part of the circle at the front of the stage break open now, look a little like a horseshoe. Melvin and Frank circle each other, while above them on her chair Etta sit like a stone statue of a god. Frank leap in and bite Melvin's neck. Blood spurt 10 feet in the air from the sausage skin Etta filled with something red and hid under Melvin's collar. The dancers stop running and rattling. They tiptoe around in their moccasins. The audience gasp when the blood splash, and the whole place get quiet. Frank and Melvin finally lock together. Melvin scream a couple of times, and somebody in the audience answer him. The dancers close in around them, bustles toward the audience. Rattles crackling like lightning. Oh, you're gonna have to deal with the police, aren't you? They didn't respond like they think it's just a show. I'm worried. I wheel Etta's chair off stage, pulling it straight back from where I'd been hid behind it. Oh, so you were the stage. Oh, I love that. Okay. Stagehand to Silas. The dancers part again, and there is Frank covered in more blood than most people care to see, chewing on a dripping piece of meat. that people might assume was part of Melvin Bad Buffalo, who, I hope, is comfortable and behaving himself under Etta's skirt. The dancing stops. All the dancers, including Frank, take a bow, but it is plain to see the audience don't know whether to applaud or not. Half of them are in shock, says Etta, peering through a crack in the curtain. One of the Stampede people who previewed our dance has already arrived backstage and is saying to anyone at all, "What are you people trying to pull?" The dancers all race off stage. "I think we better do the second half of the dance," says Molly. They fell for it. The stage manager is tearing his hair. "You tricked us," he yelled at Molly. "There's no second half to your act." "There is now," she says. Suddenly there are about 6 blue-suited policemen backstage. "We want to question the cannibal," says one of them. Frank has put a blanket over his head, and all that showing is his shiny black feet now, because he is indeed doing that. Fucking hell. What? Okay. "Where's the little guy?" says another cop. Rude. "We're going to bring him back to life right before your very eyes," says Molly. "Let's roll, guys," she yells, and the dancers all start quivering their rattles and thrumming their finger cymbals. The dancers charge onto the stage, all but running down the stage manager. I push Etta out. "Where's the little squirt?" says Etta. "I thought you had him," I say. "Said he was going to the bathroom." Oh, I say. Oh no, he's not gonna be there." Frank dancing on his spot, waving pig meat in the air. He is supposed to slip the meat under Etta's chair, pull out Melvin Bad Buffalo. The dancers dance. They close up the circle. I push myself straight back until I'm off the stage. A policeman is soaking up blood with his handkerchief. Melvin ain't nowhere to be seen. One of the cops has his gun drawn. When Frank reached under Etta's skirt, he's sure surprised to find nothing under there but Etta. The cops round us up, take us all to jail, tell us we stay there until they find Melvin alive and in one piece. Ever wonder how long it take to track down a little person in Calgary during Stampede Week? The end. They don't say when they find Melvin. Why don't they say when they found him? So the cops are not releasing them until they make sure that Melvin's alive. And of course, they do not manage. There is nothing there. I wonder how long it took them. Dude's hiding. He's putting Etta in jail, and that's all he cares about, I think. Alright. Well, okay. The next story is called The Bear Went Over the Mountain, and it might be our last story. I think timing-wise, it could be the last, it could be the second last. But, yeah, let's just go ahead and say the unfortunate stuff. So yeah, the obvious bits is, I had to censor, no fun. It was about a culture that they are not, so of course they don't get, and this is where they don't know that they're being part of the problem. There's various layers of how this could be very difficult, touchy, psychoanalyzing moments, but we're not going to get into that. Just that I am disappointed that we went that direction. Nobody wants to be told that their culture is savages, and that's exactly what saying a cannibal is that culture is. The fact that they felt the need to do any color change is bad. I kind of thought that they were gonna do It's Just Us. So like that was gonna be like, well, that's not cool, but they're doing it because it's their own culture. Okay, when they did it to somebody else's, that's officially where it's decidedly not okay in any way. So wow. I'm also like, why would the chicken dancers be involved? Like, this is a different why would these two go together? This is what they did. Oh my gosh. Hi, Pudgy. What does that mean? What does being Oshi shaped mean? Should I be concerned? Honk. We referred to wrestling, Lahonk. Did you hear? I asked if I got wrestling terms right, and I got one of them right, and the other one I knew what I meant, but I didn't say the right thing. I was close, okay? Basically, there was a guy in the story that was a wrestler, and so I was like, oh my gosh! On the day that Lahonk is at Meaty Men Wrestling? Herbert time! I'm guessing that's about to be redeemed. But first we have humming, and we have page flipping, and then we can do Herbert. So thanks Frigid, Kekarin, and Lahonk. Now, we will get to those now. I wanted to have that little talk quickly, that was extra not cool. And this is what they've written. No, Herbert time. Well, whatever. Oh, that's cute. Thank you, Pudgy. That's so sweet. You guys are extra nice. Okay. Let's do some humbin. Humbin. Again. I kick and scram in corner. Well, your tantrum will do nothing. And good news is that they don't hear you scram. They hear me hum. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Michael Psycho Raid again. Thank you. Existential Snake Raid. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys. Go look after yourself, Michael Psycho. If you have to go eat, rest, whatever, please do that. Please take care of yourself first. And I will keep humming. Alright, there was our humming. I will jump to page flipping now. You miss your mask? Aw, I'm sorry, Goose. I'm sorry. Mahonk will be reunited soon, I hope. I'm sorry. I hope he sees this at one point and is like, how dare? Because he usually do some degree of scrumped for that. Well, okay, we're going to do page flipping first. And then singing frog and then sniffs. I just realized I already said yes to it. I hope I didn't click yes to page ruffling when it's supposed to be flipping. I'm fairly certain it's flipping. Oh my gosh. Huh. One of you mods who can look at the stream history, you can probably check for me because I can't. But I'm gonna do page flipping either way right now. All right, here we go. Little book. This is a big book. I just thought it was in. I'll have to go investigate my own self sometime. Never mind, Uncage. It's all good. Okay. There with your pages flipped. There you go. Alright, Herbert. You're up next. Little sir. And then it will be Sniffs. Okay. And away goes Herbert. Yeah, what the heck happened, Gary-san? Well, I'm sorry that some tech issue happened, but dance party that you're back. Sorry you lost some followage because of that. But have some dances then, either way. Let's dance. Let's dances. Welcome back, Gary-san. There you go. Alright, Sniffa's time. Let's do it, let's do it. Boop boop. Twitch just does that sometimes. Well, how rude of them. Well, god damn it. Okay. Alright. Sniffins. No sniffers. That is all we had in the queue. So if that is done, the next will be the reading. I already read the title, but it is... Oh, yeah, The Bear Went Over the Mountain. My writing got squiggled when I put it in the notebook. The Bear Went Over the Mountain. Should be interesting. Are we ready for a story? I have hydrated. Alright. Oh, we are not. I was just about to write. Instead, we do dice. Okay, I will move Mike and we'll do dice. No licky the dice. Don't eat rocks. Get it, because the dice are the rocks. Those got right. Okay, I'm gonna move the mic. Hold on right here. Hold on. Alright, here we go. I rolled a 19 and an 18. Let's see if we keep counting down. It's 17! We're counting down for some reason. Oh, it's 7 now. We lost it. Oh. I like these dice. They're pretty. Okay, hold on right here while I move and bring back the mic. Okay, we are back. Alright. Now we do story? I think so. I'll start typing it out at least. Oh, we don't need this. Okay. Bear went over ta-da! Just a little bit in my face. I'll just look over here. It's good enough. Alright. The bear went over the mountain. It ain't right that you get to prepare your stories in advance, Silas, my friend Frank Fencepost say to me. I have to make mine up right there in the welfare office. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Actually, my friends make more money from the welfare each month than I make from all the books I had printed up. But having books printed up make me feel ineligible for welfare. Somehow it don't seem fair. Only good thing is, I sometimes get invited to travel someplace to read my stories to an audience. Just this week I got an invite to read at a college in Vancouver. They sent a letter say somebody called the Canada Council in Ottawa pay me $200 and my airfare. Okay, Gam, go eep well, take care. We'll see you sometime soon, hopefully. I am streaming tomorrow as far as I know, so maybe we'll see you then. Take care, good night, eat well. Oh, they're paying for the airfare and $200. All the reserves I know have tribal councils, so I figure this Canada Council must be run by Indians, and probably rich Indians at that. I don't think that's what it is. But, okay. Boy, I never even guessed how much it cost to fly me from Edmonton to Vancouver and back. I went to 2 travel agencies in Wetaskiwin, 2 more in Edmonton, and then right to Air Canada itself, but they all want the same amount of money. Exactly the same amount the college say they're going to get the Canada Council to advance me. How much do you figure it costs to drive to Vancouver and back? I asked Frank. Fred Muskrat drove there once, and he said it took 3 tanks of gas each way. We'll take a little moose meat and a .22 to hunt rabbits. We can make it a pretty cheap trip. I already told Frank the college promised to put me up in a hotel and buy me food while I'm there. We'll take our girlfriends and make it a really good party, says Frank. I kind of frown up my face. Hey, college is rich, says Frank. They won't mind if you bring your friends along. I figure that's true, but we really was just going to take our girlfriends, Sadie and Connie. But when we tell Mad Etta, our medicine lady, where we's off to, she stare at us real wistful and say, You know, Silas, I always wanted to just once to see the ocean before I die. None of us ever even seen the ocean. You flew over it. Going to London, but okay. Me and Frank... Oh, so maybe this one is before London, because he said, me and Frank was to Las Vegas once. We seen Utah, Montana, and a couple other states, but no ocean. It pretty hard to turn down Mad Etta, not just 'cause she weigh 400 pounds. Okay, we're back to saying that every time. And might throw me across the screen door of her cabin if I make her cross. But because she looked soulful when she asked. Pretty soon, me and Frank is loading Etta's tree trunk chair in the back of Lewis's pickup truck and rigging up a canvas to keep the wind off her as we driving over the mountains. Etta's all decked up in a bearskin coat make her look pretty large. If we was to plant a few trees on her, a whole troop of Boy Scouts would go hiking, whisper Frank. Ha ha ha, get done with this already. When they learn about the trip, lots of our friends, and especially my littlest sister Dolores, want to come with us. But we say no to everybody, I guess except Etta. The money from the Canada Council arrive, just like the man in Vancouver, a Professor George something or other from Simon Fraser University, say it would. Professor George say he writes books too, but I never heard of him. We got a guy called Simon Fraser live right here on the Ermine Skin Reserve. He sure is surprised to learn he got a university named for him. We can't very well say no when he asks to come along, and if we taking our girlfriends, no reason why he shouldn't take his. So they're bringing him just because he's got the college that's got the same name. Oh, fun. Simon Fraser is short and wide, wear a 10-gallon black felt hat, and a wide belt with a turquoise buckle. His girl is Lucy Threehand. Lucy rides the rodeo circuit and is one of the best lady cowboys in all the prairies. She is pretty, too, slim, with skin the color of floor wax, and always wear a scarlet bandana tied in her hair. She is a champion calf roper and carry along her coil of rope. Then Mr. and Mrs. Blind Lewis Coyote decide to come too. Lewis, he owned the truck, and he ain't never seen the ocean neither. Mrs. Blind Lewis figure if she was to duck Lewis' head in the ocean water, it might bring back his eyesight. They dress up in their mackinaws and climb under Etta's canvas, even though we offered to let them ride in the cab. It's gonna be pretty cramped. The first part of the trip, though, Calgary and Banff ain't so bad. But then the mountains get higher, and even in low gear, Lewis's old truck groaned and puffed something awful getting up them long hills. Well, you're kind of overloading it. But it rolled down the other side pretty easy. The brakes ain't working so good, but the truck's always stopped before, although it ain't always had Mad Etta in the back on a downhill grade. Near this town called Revelstoke, there is a hill about 10 miles long. About halfway down, when I touch the brake, my foot goes straight to the floor. At about the same time, Frank point out that behind us is an RCMP got his flasher turning. As we traveled, we sang that old song about the bear went over the mountain. You probably heard it. The bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the mountain to see what he could see. But all that he could see was the other side of the mountain, the other side of the mountain, the other side of the mountain was all that he could see. Instead of slowing down, we picked up speed, and I swear the flashing light on the RCMP car looked mad. The girls is still singing, but in pretty small voices, 'cause they hold it on real tight. We go faster and faster. As we come around a curve, I can see the town down in the valley. Look as if I'm seeing it from an airplane. Somebody in the back is slapping on the roof of the cab. I see a sign say, "Runaway truck exit 1/4 mile." It make me glad I can read. I was just thinking, that's the only place you're going to get out of this chaos. Only trouble is that between me and that exit road is a flatbed got a caterpillar riding on it. Go only about 40 miles per hour. There is a whole string of traffic coming up the hill toward us. If I was one of them Dukes of Hazzard, I'd jump my truck right over the flatbed or drive under it, but in real life, ain't like that. I head into the oncoming traffic and hope they is smart enough to pull over. We skin around the truck, even lose the RCMP what been driving like he was glued to our bumper. A sports car coming toward us misses by about a foot. Damn. Make a buzzing sound as it passed like a bumblebee going by my car. But our troubles ain't over yet. Sometime while we was passing the flatbed, we missed the runaway truck exit. Damn it. "Pastor Orkin, where are you now that we need you?" yells Frank. We going 85 miles per hour and picking up speed. I guess the only thing that save us is Lewis's truck so old it can't go no faster. Even though we go around a corner on 2 wheels and I see Etta's tarpaulin come loose and it flap like a parachute above us, I manage to keep the truck right side up until I see a service station at the bottom of the hill. The entrance is on an upgrade, but not enough. We shoot through the air for about 40 feet. Oh, shit! Land with a crash and head for a gravel pit that I can see is full of water. Oh, thank goodness, but still, god damn it, you're gonna get everybody killed! There's a fucking tree trunk chair in the back, too. Like, these are all very heavy things that have come slamming around. Oh, my God. At the last second, I cut the wheels, and we swing in a wide arc, spray gravel across the front of the service station. Oh, okay, so you do land. Oh, my God. Break the window like it was a machine gun. I look at Sadie, Connie, and Frank. We is all pretty pale. "Were you scared?" I say to Sadie, who's still clinging to my arm. "Only thing I worry about," says Frank, "is I heard once you could turn white from fear. Ha, 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 like you're gonna... yeah. No, I don't think you're ever gonna be white, Frank. I don't think that's gonna happen. The RCMP is sitting right on my bumper. I get out of the truck, my knees wobbly as a day-old calf. I see my littlest sister Dolores was in the truck box after all. Damn it! Oh, that's scary as hell. I guess she hid behind Etta's chair, or just behind Etta. That was fun, Silas, she says in a big missing tooth smile. Let's do it again. Oh, God. Good morning, Darkstorm. Welcome in. You're under arrest, say the RCMP. Not you, Darkstorm. They're saying it to Silas. We sure do want to thank you for guiding us down the hills there, says Frank in real innocent. Ain't every officer who would be able to see we was in trouble. That constable look around to be sure it is him Frank is talking to. Frank heard a line on TV one night. You never get a second chance to make the first impression. And he'd been practicing it every chance he get. You know, Frank sometimes is real smart, and then other times, real not. But this is a smart. The constable has pink cheeks and a fuzzy brown mustache. Look like it made of weather stripping. After he check and find we really had no brakes, he decide to let us go. I'm gonna call the game warden, though, he say. I don't think you're allowed to carry a bear in the truck box without a muzzle. Tame bear, says Frank. My little sister's pet, I say. Smarter than the average bear, too. Ha 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 ha. This here is Simon Fraser, says Frank. Got a university name for him. Grrr, says Frank from under the tarpaulin. Says Etta, not Frank. Says Etta from under the tarpaulin. It'd take most of our money to get the brakes fixed, but the rest of the trip go pretty smooth. I'm worried that we're going to have the exact same problem on the way back, but okay. First place we go in Vancouver is the hotel where the university's supposed to have bought me a room. I seen a hotel like that in Las Vegas one time, mirrors all over the place. People who live in hotels sure must like to look at themselves. Carpets soft as muskeg and snooty people everywhere with oiled hair and frozen smiles. Snotty towers, says Frank. Turn out we is 3 days early for my reservation, which is only for one night anyway. Well, dang. How about if we stay tonight? We worry about 3 days from now when we get there. When it get there. Oh, he's trying to trade the night out. The lady desk clerk have on a pink jacket, her hair is blonde, and she could be pasted right into a magazine cover. She looks so pretty. Who is we? She asked, giving me a fishy eye. The reservation is for a Mr. Silas Ermineskin. One person, one single room. Right, I say. I'll just send my family here down to Skid Row soon as I let them have a look at the room. I don't think that will be possible, Mr. Ermineskin, and I guess that she is about to call in reinforcements when Frank pushed himself up close to the counter. Boy, I bet there's some roses someplace fist-fighting to see if they can smell as good as you, Frank say, and stare right into the eyes of that girl in the pink jacket. I expect her to tell Frank not to be so smart, but she don't. Instead, she stare him back fish-eyed for half a minute or more before she break into a big smile. Thanks, she say. I bet there are 2 garbage cans someplace fighting to see which one can smell most like you. But even though she tries, she can't say that in a nasty way. What time do you get off work? Ask Frank, and that girl tell him. You just drop up to my friend's room. If I ain't What? Oh my gosh. You just drop up to my friend's room. If I ain't in, make yourself at home. It'll be worth the wait. Behind us, Frank's girl Connie got her hands on her hips. How you figure I'll look with that blonde wig on my belt? She asked. I don't think that's a wig, I say. Not yet, say Connie. Frank, you really should be thinking about who you're flirting with. And, you know, when your girlfriend's there. Oh my God. Little shit. Decidedly not cool. Okay. Frank turned around to her and whispered, Hey, I'm just doing a good deed. I'm going to sacrifice my body so we all have a place to stay. A place to stay. And he put a finger to Connie's pouting lip. If I catch you together, you both going to have dimes on your eyes, say Connie. About this time, Mad Etta come waddling through the double doors. I'm growing moss on my north side from being out here in the rain, she says. What's taking you so long? The pink lady give me the key. Boy, do we have a nice time. I learned how to use this here room service when me and Frank was in Las Vegas. We have them send up drinks, and then we all go to the dining room for supper. Dolores have a red-colored drink called a Shirley Temple, which I guess must be named for a church of some kind, and all the chocolate sundaes she can eat. They bring the sundaes to her on a silver dish so tall she have to kneel on her chair just to get at it. Frank borrowed $20 from the girl on the desk, give it to Connie so she can go shopping, and while the rest of us eat, Frank rests in my room with the blonde-haired girl. In the morning, the desk clerk, who by now is a man but smelled just as good as the lady, is worried about all the charges we made. When Frank discovered he could make long-distance phone calls, he spent a certain amount of money trying to reach Morgan Fairchild. I'm guessing this is he knows if he could just talk to Morgan Fairchild, he could get a date. I just described to her how I'd come to be named Fencepost, and she sent me a ticket for the next plane to California. No, you're not getting with her. Don't worry, I tell the clerk. This is all paid for by Simon Fraser University, and this guy over here is Simon Fraser. Simon take off his black hat and bow to the clerk. On the street, it is warm, but pouring rain. We head to the Indian part of town, but we forgot it was Sunday and there ain't no bars open, so we got no place to meet any friends. Seemed to me Vancouver ain't much different than Edmonton or Calgary. Somehow I thought people wouldn't be so poor where the weather was nice, and that people would feel better about themselves where the country was warm and beautiful. But there's more winos and street people than I ever seen anywhere. I want to walk in the ocean, says Mad Etta, and so does Dolores. Mrs. Blind Lewis still want to dip Lewis's head in the salt water. Where's there a good beach, we ask an Indian man lean on a parking meter on East Hastings Street. What you want is Wreck Beach, he say after a long pause. Here they got nude bathers down there. I'm all for that, says Frank, jump up and down some. I show you where it is if I can come along for the ride, says the fellow, who take about a full minute just to say that sentence. You stuck on 33 RPM or what, says Frank. The fellow just smile. He do that slow, too, and tell us his name is Bobby Billy, and he come from a place sound like Sasquatch. Maybe Burwash? I don't know. What? So how do you flat-face Indians like Vancouver? Frank asked Bobby Billy as we drive along. Wow. Squamish, that's what he is. Yeah, there we go. We don't like being called flat-face Indians, say Bobby Billy. I'm a Squamish Indian, come from up in the mountains there. Wave toward the big peaks, look down on the city. Hey, I don't mean no offense, says Frank. It's okay if you want to call us big, tall, handsome Indians. We don't mind. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Bobby Billy's face break into another slow smile, and I see we going to be friends. He have me drive through the grounds of the university, which I guess to be Simon Fraser. We drive a road that goes right through the middle of a golf course, and then we park where we can see the ocean for a long ways, just like it was a prairie. We get out, and Bobby Billy stare at our license plate for a long time before he say real slow, I hear the government here in BC give all the bum drivers yellow license plate, and he try to keep his face serious. Some people are already making their way down a winding trail to the beach. If you go down there, how are we going to get you back up? Frank asked Etta. You let Etta worry about that, she say. I'm not going to get this close and not dip myself in the ocean. Raise the water level by 5 feet, says Frank, but quietly. The sun has come out and the ocean waves look like they full of sequins. There is lots of people on the beach and in the water, and just like Bobby Billy said, off at one end is a section where people have no clothes on. We are the only people there who ain't white. First, Indians should have had stricter immigration laws, said Bobby Billy. Frank go clomping right over to the nude section of the beach, although he wearing lumberjack boots, jeans, a couple of shirts, a mackinaw, and a cowboy hat with a green feather stick up over the top. "Smells like bad fish," says Blind Louis, facing into the breeze, his nostrils spread as wide as he'd take in the air. "We gonna dip your head in the water, find out if it make you see again or not," says Mrs. Blind Louis. Mad Etta has waddled over to the naked side of the beach, carrying her tree trunk chair. She set down the chair, and it looked from where I am as if she'd taken off her 5-flower sack dress. "I don't know what everybody's so excited about," says Connie. "Everybody is always naked under their clothes." Then she draw in her breath. "Look at that," she say, pointing at a man who is even more natural than everybody else. I'm guessing because he's fit? I don't know. "Wow, paint it silver and you got yourself a hell of a flashlight," says Connie. "Yeah, okay." Lucy Three-Hand, the lady cowboy, has brought her rope and is practicing throw lassos over Simon Fraser. "I wish I could go in the water," says Dolores, "but I don't have a bathing suit." "You could go down to the far end of the beach there, where people have no clothes on," I say, but Dolores look at me like I just broke her favorite doll, sniff up her nose just like she was a Christian, and let me know in language I don't even know she knew that she is grossed out by naked people. "She is your little sister. At last time we talked about her, I think she was first she was 12 or something. And I think she got to be 16 last time, so she's not that grown." You know, she gonna be a little grossed out. Frank run down the beach like he was an animal of some kind, let Lucy Three-Hand rope him. Quite a crowd gather around to watch. The water has worked its way up to Mad Etta, and she's sitting down on the sand, let the water splash over her big brown toes. Sadie and me walk back up the path, holding hands. For quite a while we walk around the university, look at the big buildings, try to guess which one I might do my reading in. Me and Sadie enjoy the sunshine and the soft grass, kiss each other some. He's usually so sweet about Sadie. I think I agree with Bobby Billy, who say on the way out here, weather in Vancouver's so good, only way the old-timers could start a graveyard was to kill somebody. But when we get back halfway down the hill, where we can see the beach, it look as if a riot is taking place. Oh, no. All the Indians is gathered in a circle and surrounded by white people. "That sure ain't the way it's done in the movies," I say to Sadie as we pick our way down the trail. Some dudes in there all together is holding Frank in the air. Everyone is yelling. "Keep your filthy hands off our women," one of the men say. Okay, that could be just racism. That could be just Frank being a bit creepy. I can't tell. We're gonna find out. "I got invited to touch," Frank is saying while he kicked the air. Do I trust him? Mad Etta is wet all over, her hair slicked down like it'd been oiled. She is pointing her fist at a group of men in green shirts who are trying to say something to her, apologizing, I think, but she ain't listening very closely. Bobby Billy and Simon Fraser stand off to one side. Bobby Billy kind of secret as if he knows something we don't. Oh, he set you guys up. Oh, no. Lucy Three-Hand twirl her rope in a circle while the yelling just keep getting louder and louder. It is then that a policeman come along. At least he wear a uniform and carry a gun. I can't figure if he's RCMP, a park warden, or only one of them commissionaries, who are mostly old army guys who like to have a job where they can push people around. The policeman, I guess should be in quotes, sure don't have any trouble making up his mind about who is wrong. "You're under arrest," he say to Frank. "Like hell," yells Connie. "He wasn't doing nothing." "You too, sister," says the cop. And what the hell was she supposed to have done? This is why Frank don't like the cops. At this time, Mad Etta pick up one of the green-shirted men and toss him into the ocean. "What's happened?" I say to Bobby Billy. He take about 30 seconds before he answer me and another 30 seconds to speak his sentence, which is a lot longer than you think, just saying. "Those men are from the Greenpeace ship, spend all their time saving whales. They took poles and try to roll yonder big lady into the ocean. Ha ha. At least I understand why Etta is angry. Yeah, that'll do that. See how you like it, Etta is saying. Assault causing bodily harm, says the uniformed pointed Etta. I'm taking you to custody, sir. Etta pick up another green shirt and heave him at the cop, who just managed to duck. I bump the constable's arm and his gun fire into the air. Ooh, all of a sudden that uniform got his gun pointed right at my nose. Fuck, all you did was bump him. Disturbing the peace, assaulting a police officer, he say at me. I can smell the hot barrel of the gun. Then it ain't there anymore because Lucy Three-Hand roped the constable. Whoo! I mean, it's helpful for them to get away right now, but this is probably not going to end this. Oh, because Lucy Three-Hand roped the constable and his hand is tight to his sides as if he's standing in a broom closet. Back off, Frank yelled at the white people. Boo! And they back up a step or two. The green-shirted men all run off carrying their poles. Sadie collect Mr. and Mrs. Blind Lewis from where they've been in the ocean. Just because I'm blind don't mean my eyes can't feel, Lewis is saying. Oh, because he's got salt in his eyes now. She probably didn't let him close his eyes. Aw, damn it. Probably ruined his sight. Worse. If it don't hurt, it don't do you no good. You'll probably be able to see tomorrow, says Mrs. Blind Lewis. Lucy got the constable trussed up like a pig. A fitting. And someone else taken his gun and tossed it in the ocean. Hell yeah. But I notice he talking into the walkie-talkie in his shirt pocket, more screaming than talking. We all head up the trail to the cliff top. 3 or 4 of us. Oh no. I saw ahead. 3 or 4 of us pushing on Etta's back. Turn out when Etta is angry, she can climb hills pretty good. It is while we loading up the truck that about 10 cars surround us. RCMP, park wardens, university security, and a truck from Customs and Immigration. This isn't exactly their land, because it's a little bit further east, but, where the fuck you think they immigrated from, you shitheads? Okay. We all get arrested, but me, Frank, and Mad Etta more than anybody else. At least we don't have to worry about how we going to pay for a hotel, says Mad Etta, wringing salt water out of the skirt of her 5-flower sack dress in the back of the police van. That's true. In court the next afternoon, the police, some lawyers, and a judge have a meeting for about 10 minutes at the front of the courtroom. The judge stares over at Etta a couple of times. They really thought she was beached, I hear him say. The judge tell us if we promise to head right back to Alberta, he dismiss all charges. We promise. I'm sorry I keep such bad company, Your Honor, say Bobby Billy. I never hang around with Alberta Indians again. From now on, I just associate with regular murderers and thieves. I'm guessing that's a joke of his. See that you do, says the judge. It take us the rest of the day and part of the next to find Dolores, who, because she was a kid, was kind of repossessed by some social workers. They took her to Victoria for some reason. Jesus! And we had to wait around while they found her and flew her back. Because that's got a whole history of just taking the kids. Just FYI. That should have... I got to eat in a restaurant and ride on a ferry and fly in an airplane that land on the water. Hey, flow planes. And they bought me a doll, Dolores say in a rush when she first sees us. Dolores, I guess, wasn't half as worried about us as we was about her. After we get Dolores back, I realize I'm a day or two late for the reading I was supposed to do. We first go to the wrong university. I never even thought there could be 2 universities in the same city. It take us a couple hours just to find Simon Fraser University, and even then, I have to park the truck on a lawn because all the parking lots is full. You were supposed to be here last night, that Professor George yelled at me when I finally find his office. I can read today. It don't make no difference to me. There were 180 people here last night, and you didn't show up. I don't think Professor George would want to know the real reason, so I just tell him I'm late because I still think in Indian time. Sure. I don't know what you're so upset about, I say. I got here within a couple of days of when I was supposed to. I smile real innocent. You won't get paid unless you do a reading. Not that you deserve to, says Professor George. Okay, fuck you. But I'll arrange for you to read in the faculty lounge at noon. I read a story to 20 or so professors, shabby-looking men with piercing eyes. Most of them could pass for winos at a Salvation Army meeting. I heard once that a story writer got to be dead before they find out who you are at a university. You got to be dead before you're known at a university as a writer. Guess that's true because these guys don't laugh where they're supposed to, and is more interested in staring at Mad Etta and Lucy Threehand than in hearing me. On the way home, Mad Etta pulled a soggy $50 bill from her moccasin, so we don't have to play gas and run at a service station. We buy some cheesies and Fritos and ice cream bars, and somebody starts singing The Bear Went Over the Mountain. Smart Bear would have stayed home, says Etta, and I have to agree. The next one is called Dancing, but I'm going to double check for it. Let's see. I'm going to scribble 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to check how many more stories we've got. I want to make sure, because usually there is a pattern to the length of them as well. Not always. No, that's not the right list. What you guys think of that one? Okay. I think I should save the rest for tomorrow, or else we probably won't have enough story. What do you think of that? But I'm here to chat and do redeems still for a while. I won't leave just yet, no. Just so that we can spread it out. Otherwise, I'd end real early tomorrow. Yeah. At least I got to see the ocean. I'm assuming, the way they described him going back, Blind Lewis is still blind. Salt water probably did not help him. Probably was an ouchie. Is everybody asleep or what? There'll be no chatting. Oh well. Yeah, I kind of want to hold the last four for tomorrow. It's likely that the last one or two are going to be extra long. But I don't think that they would be long enough to make stream too long, considering how short this one is. Reading the same amount of stories. Yeah. So I think it's a good length to do tomorrow. We've got not much to say from you guys. I'm going to keep doing redeems. I'm just going to pick them myself. I'm going to do my own triggers if you're all eepy or not chalky. And we'll just do those. Or maybe we'll jump into... No, I kind of don't want to do too many mysteries in the same as this. I think we just do redeems for a while. I think that's the best move. I'm fidgeting with my beaded earrings and braiding the strands of them. I need to focus. I cannot focus. You cannot make me. Alright. Let's do some redeems. And since you have not chosen some, I'm just gonna do some fun other one. Oh, why am I quiet? Why was I quiet? I'm gonna just pick up whatever I would like to do for redeems then. Oh, unless we have this redeemed. card dealing it is. Whoa. When I misspell things and I'm surprised. Oh, okay. I'm gonna move the mic so that you can hear. So hold on just a second. Alright. Cards time. We're doing good. How are you doing? And I'm glad we are jumping into just triggers for the next little while. That's the plan here anyway. Not on the floor. Let's collect the floor cards. Dang it. Get out of there. Yeah. Alright. You cannot use frog. What? Hmm? Do I has? Where is? Oh yes, there he is. It's been a minute since we seen the frog salute. I made this man's. How could I forget? Hmm. Alright. Some other photos. Yeah. Yeah. I was just like, I have that? I don't remember. I made it, so I should remember. You can tell because it looks just a little bit weird. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna just do some various tappies is what I plan on doing next. For the start. It's cute, but it's also weird. It's both. It's both. It's good. Okay, I'm gonna start with the glass cup. And then we're gonna pick some random other stuff to be tappies on, okay? Here we go. I hate to tell you this, but that's that's all the frogs, bud. They're all radioactive. That's why it's radioactive ribbons. Well, it's magically radioactive. It's like being radioactive, but from magic. And they are. They all are. Okay, next funky thing to tap. Here we go. It's a weird little lid. Oh, that's really loud up there. Oh my gosh. And the deck of cards. I realize I can take this little button away. That's not necessary. What else shall we do? Tappies. Ah, Herbert. Herbert. I'll do that. Alright. I'll do one more tappies with the phone case. there was a bunch of tappy tappy tappies. Yes, and we thank you for this. Thank you. Frog defense is necessary, so thank you. As long as there is a lahonk and a bonk side, it will continue. Unfortunately. Here we go. I think. Oh, well, I did already do that. But we'll go back to the first one, sort of, by doing the usual tappy on a glass is the glass jar. Was higher, and now we're doing this one. Haha, okay. Okay, now I'll move on to something different. I'm not sure what you'll think of these guys. Let me know. I'm not sure what to think of it. It comes from something that I had seen for like Foley artists thing that I kind of did a twist on, and I don't know. With that, back to usuals. I'll do comb twinging. Here we go. Here we go. going to do brushies next. After this, I'm going to do a bunch of kalimba practice. Wow. Oh my goodness. Well, that is maybe a bit too much for a fight with Long, but I'll leave you to it. I'm doing brushes. Here we go. Okay, as usual, removing the cover. So, you're naked. And by that I mean the mic. Alright. Okay, hold on while I mute and put the cover back on. Okay, you cannot tell me that the brushies don't sound at least a little bit like waves crashing. I mean, when I do it just right, it sounds right. Close your eyes and think of a beach while you listen to it. I dare you. Okay, I'm going to swap some stream info because we are jumping into just ASMR, really. So, whoop. Been a minute. Alright, and now we're just gonna do some kalimba unless you redeem other stuffs. Hi, Fably Blazin'. That's good, loves. And pretty good, Riz. What are you gonna roll? What are you gonna roll, Alpha? Ugh. I think I should say right hand instead. No, that doesn't sound good either. Damn it. I'm just gonna keep calling you Natsu. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, Fedster rolled a 4. Well, I'm sorry, but that's bad. I'm sorry. 54 Riz. Well, better than 4. That's for sure. And Cage rolled a 7, but got the rest of the 100 with 93% Riz. Damn. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And you got 15. You got some good money. Some decent money there, Val. Yeah, you got good. Fenster has only 3% love between himself and sleep. Is that accurate with how tired you are? Yeah. Seems about right. Exactly. Well, let's hope we can get some stuff done. I think we're going to do some dice, some paper guillotine, and some typing before I jump into Kalimba then. Let's change the thingy, and let's type the stuffs. Okay. Alright. Dices. Love, sleep. You've already done love. It probably won't let you go for a while. But okay. I'm going to mute and move the mic, and then pull out dice. Okay. Noisy in there. I rolled a nat 20 when I poured it out of the bag. Okay. And then a 19. We were counting down before, so I kind of want to see how we do again. Oh, it's a 6 now. Darn. Okay, well, alright. And hey, if it sorry, I had bonk. If it's really trouble, I gotta say, actively typing in chat might not be helping you fall asleep. I'm just saying. I appreciate you being here, but I'd rather you be not hurting yourself. So please. Why are you trying to run away from me, D12? Rude. Oh, I did that one. No. No. Oh, I knew it had to come around, but still. I got 2 critical hits, and now I've got 2 critical miss. It's just balance, I guess. Still, it hurt. It hurt. No. Anyway, those go. Paper guillotine. You're up next. Okay, hold on while I collect that. Eep. Okay. Here we go. sorry to hear that. Was it otherwise a good D&D session now? Or whatever you was playing? Was it otherwise good? I, venturing further into D&D, because I haven't done that much, was doing a barbarian tabaxi lady that was all suited to kick some butt in this pirate-themed adventure, and missed twice. And everybody else was doing the fight, and I'm like, why am I stuck over here just because I can't jump far enough? Oh, damn it. And then I finally got over there, and I one hit, not that powerful, but pretty powerful compared to, I one hit finished the guy off, and everybody was like, finally, you got in there, and you killed it. And I'm like, yeah, you just needed me there. If only I could not miss, damn it. But I missed twice, and then a bunch was happening in the meantime, so, dang. I'm always disappointed in my big kitty. Alright, it was great. Me and my friend were doing barbarian frog person with a druid dwarf. So we were hard role-playing with our own lore we created. I love it. I definitely prefer the roleplay over the, like, let me max this shit. I'm like, I just want it to be a fun time. I don't need to be the best. Like, that's not gonna make it fun. Just gonna make it a competition and uncomfy with the people you play with sometimes. If you can do the just role play, I love that so much better. Okay. Next is typey though. Correct? Yes. Yes, it is. I am typing now. There's a freaking ad running right this. Oh my god, how long has an ad been running? God damn it. I didn't even notice. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm so sorry I didn't notice the ad and warn you. I got too busy talking about D&D and or slicing imaginary paper on my paper guillotine. Same, it's always a better time to play with friends that actually want to roleplay. Yeah. Even just thinking about myself, I enjoy my time better when I'm like, oh, I missed because I was too busy doing this. Like making up an excuse for the, for why you're bad. I was kind of pouty when I missed the first two, but I eventually thought in my head, oh, the reason I missed was because my little monkey attendants were being too chaotic. That's why I missed, because they were too in the way. I was AFK, but I had headphones. It was fun. Oh, I want to do so much more, though. It's so fun. I just need to be able to make times and stuff. And I can't go missing out on times with you guys to go do that stuff. So I get torn. I get pretty torn up about it. And it's all, yeah. But soon we'll have us all together playing, kind of. Unfortunately, I'm going to be the only one talking. But you'll be able to chat in the chat. Typey chat. Typey talk. And that'll be good. And I'm excited about it. I really am. There might be a little hiccups, but it's still gonna go forward. It might change what I was originally planning, but yeah. Try streaming it one day. That would be a fun idea. Yeah, but I don't have a solid group of people to play with that I can has. I mean, it's kind of difficult being a deer lady. I typically play human and like do virtual instead, but yeah. I don't know if we're gonna do a next D&D. I don't know. That's how about we get through the first one and see if it's not a disaster. I also know that there's quite a few different peoples that do D&D streaming, and we all think that our campaign is the coolest and the best, but not everybody wants to watch it. I think I'll just keep enjoying other people's and trying to create some fun stuff for myself, and it'll be nice. Typing time. Let's spin the mic again and get it onto the typing. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Alright, oh my gosh, D-Bod. Have a great sleep. Eat well. Oh my gosh, sorry. Have a great sleep. Eat well. We hope we see you soon. Take care. Thanks again for always checking in and doing the stretches and the hydrates and such. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Go eep. Take care. See you soon. Bye-bye. Okay. What was... Oh, you did not do that again. Thank you. I am totally curled over right now to be able to talk into the mic while it's pointed at the keyboard, but thank you. I'll do that in a second. It was... Oh, there was a good back pop, but you wouldn't have heard it anyway, probably. Okay. And hydrate. Plasma with your face. Thank you. Oh, yes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yes. 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 Okay. Now I can type. Now you eat. Yes, go eat. Okay. Did I blep? I didn't even notice, and I must have blepped a second time because it's gone. I'm sorry. Okay, I beg. It happens. It's a T and O happening at the same time because I decided that it is tongue out. Bleh. Vi has a different setup where you can do all the stuff just with the face, but I don't have that. Because I don't have the tag for it, and that's fine. It's fine. Maybe I'll visit Vi's again soon. You know, apothecary sit. That'll be fun. I will not request it of her. Alright. We can do humming. And then we can jump in on kalimba. Because I know that there be folks that want to hear the kalimba practice. But there's lots of time to do that. So let's do another couple songs in the humming. And then we can do kalimbas. And hopefully you EP folks go the frick to sleep. Alright, where are we going to start with? Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. Oh no, wait. The mic is wobbly. Hold. Hold, please, while I mute. Okay, better. Don't bonk me. Okay. Ah. Wait. Mm, 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 mm. Faster, you little shit. I see you. I see you. You raid in and immediately do the freaking shout out. God damn you. Hello. Hello, raiders. Welcome, Raz Grizz 770. Have a little dance party. We do this for every new follower. Hello, Aisha. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Please get the hell out of here if you need to go take care of yourself. But if you're going to stick around, hi. Um, Rest well, get fed, whatever you need to do. But hi. We were reading, and I realized there's only so many stories left in the book, and I want to save them for tomorrow's stream. And I might as well do more ASMR. And we were about to go into, oh my gosh, so much just happened. We're going to address it in a second. I was about to go into Kalimba, but we're in the middle of humming, so you get a little bit more humming before I do some Kalimba. Or you can tell me what you would like to redeem. All of you new people, you can tell me redeems that you would like, but you have no points. We can work with that. Welcome in one. No, Infinite Misery, I think is the name. Welcome, welcome. You're gonna get your dance emotes from me in a second. Also, welcome XX Hope TTV XX. You're gonna get some dance emotes. Thanks, Cage, for giving the sub. Thank you. You're gonna get your money frogs. I see Vet has started that. And let's drop those emotes real quick. Oh, that's a pretty little lotus. Vet raiding into another channel he mods. Wow, never seen that before. Right, Prime Spud. That's all he do. Fed is everywhere. Okay, so we have one set of dancies. And then the next set of dancies, I'm gonna... Meep, meep, meep. Oh, thank you, Prime Spud. You're gonna get dancies too. But here are the bouncy boys. And then we're gonna do some money frogs for Cage's gift. Bam. I must conform to my tradition, okay? You cannot stop me. But then welcome. Welcome to Prime Spud. Yes, everybody, you can drop in whatever money emotes or dance emotes for these things. You don't have to use frogs. It's just what I use because they're quick and I can find them usually. Oh, I know. My tradition is that I say your full name, so I either embarrass you or embarrass myself, depending on your name. The rest of the time, I'll just call you Hope, or whatever you'd like for me to call you. But it's a good way for me to like introduce myself and make sure I'm actually paying attention to chat. Read the full name, your Twitch government name. uh, So yeah, so I usually read the numbers too, and sometimes I'll be like, well, you're using a number instead of a letter. I'll make fun, but no. Okay. I'm gonna get to the next chunk of the humming that I was going to do, and then we're gonna do some kalimba. And I'll warn you all that I'm not the best. I've gotten better and better at three songs in particular. Um, but we might be dealing with a lot of plink. Oh, damn it, plink. Damn it, plink. Okay. But all right. First, another song. Where was the other song? And Aisha, if you'd like to tell us how your stream went, what you was doing, that would be nice. Oh my gosh, what do you mean a hype train started? Thank you for getting your sub, infinite. I can't word infinite misery. Maybe that's why I stopped reading because I can't freaking read no more. Money frogs or money emotes of any sort. We had our Lego Monday. Ooh, I've only done Lego for stream once. And we had one set that can turn into three different things, and it was fun. But that's cool. What'd you make? All right. Brain. Aha, aha, aha. Let's go with. Thank you. We can do Herbert first. I'm glad that you know he is called this. He is our Herbert the pervert, little concerning singing frog. Oh my goodness. Lots of speculation that he is the real owner of the channel, and I shut that shit down. But he does make a lot of appearances in thumbnails now, and on Blue Sky. We haven't posted much on Blue Sky, have we, Herbert? We need to get back to that. Okay. I feel like I should do another one just because there's so many more people. I want to do one more. I'll just do one more. Oh, wait. How to start? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Okay, we'll go with the other one because that's the one that's in my head. for gifting those. That's so sweet. Oh, what did I do? Oh, there you go. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. And the hype train is level 3 now. Ooh. Oh my god. You made sure train kept chewing along. Oh my gosh. Infinite hates you? I don't think so. No. Thank you for the follow, the real Omen. Let's get you some dances. I'm gonna give you the bouncy frog again. Oh my goodness. What you mean, homie? When's the last time you kissed me? What the? I'm glad we have another OP. Or OTP. Sorry, my brain. I have an OTP in my chat. The name is Mahonk. You can guess who goes together, but the thing is, one of them has not shown up for a little bit because he's been busy. But you know, he's so cute. Say so in infinite. What is the coupley name for this OTP? Yesterday isn't today. Oh. How about infinite say so? Infinite say so. That's what I think I will call. There you go. Sweeties. This infinite, you have the emote. Use it. Use the emote. Use the emote. Use this one. Think it over here, homie. Well, there's now we say so infinite, say so Jedi, say so. Oh, cuties. Okay. We're gonna do Herbert's singing time, though. It's about time for him to show back up. So he's singing frog, but also it is Herbert. Say so got a lot of homies to kiss. Oof. Well, okay. There's also the deer kiss. Yes, I got all the homies to kiss. Oh. Okay, here is Herbert time. Don't get lured into the cult, okay? Okay. Alrighty, away goes Herbert. Goodbye, sir. I'm excited to see what emotes I'm gonna win off of this train. Hoot hoot. Okay. It's Kalimba time. It's Kalimba's time. And by that I mean, if there's no redeems, since most of you are newbies, if you don't have enough points for something that you're looking at, since you're new, I'll give you one for free. It's okay. And then otherwise, yeah, I will do this. Oh, that's so cute. That's a perfect response. Thank you, Fed, for showing me this. That's adorable. Ah, it's adorable. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Is Kalimba time. Boop. And let's see. Sweet. All right. Oh, what have I got? I got a little balloon dog making a little balloon shit. I love it. Oh my god, thank you. I love it. I love him very much. Okay. Oh wait, I'll show him off. He's very cute and stupid. I love. There he is. Alright. I gotta do Kalimba now. Okay. Okay. Where do we start? Alright. We will do this one. If I can remember and not screw up. Let's hope. Let's hope. Get down here, Mike. I stumbled up a little bit, but I try again. Oh my god. Oh, ha, ha. Looks like the keys got a little bit shifted. Okay. I mess up. Only a little bit stumbly, only a little bit. Oh, you kids. Oh, cute kitty. Okay. Yes, this one. What did I just do? Hold on, back up. No, that ain't it. Why does it sound wrong? Oh, that's probably why. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess that's it. Something sounded a little bit off. I don't know. Okay, that note is broken or something. What the heck happened? How do I fix this poor note? How did you get messed up? I'm very disappointed. I guess we have a problem with this note. Oh, is Herbert searching for new members for his song? Did he need some human to summon a demon? Oh no. Hope has been fully acclimated into cultism. It certainly do seem. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe the tie needs adjusted. It does seem to be, and it's moving a little too easy for my liking. I am trying to adjust it to make it sound better. If I go note by note, here's how they sound. And you'll know where you get to it. It's near the end, but it still is bad. Yes, third from the end. Or fourth from the end. You got it. It's not... What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I'm not totally sure how to fix you. Sounded a little bit better maybe. No. Yeah. I will have to tune it at some point, which I have not done yet with this little guy. I just checked it when it came out and they all sounded about right. Not so much now. Not so much. The next song kind of involves that note, so you're just going to have to listen to it a little bit off key, like I'm playing on an old piano. Okay. And also, don't tell nobody about what I'm playing. If you recognize the song, no, you didn't. It's definitely not copyright. What are you talking about? See, doesn't sound right. Mm-hmm. I can't play no more. Let's see if this song, which I am not very good at, includes it at all. It does not. Oh, we can work with this. I take this as and yes, Herbert, I want to join. No. Oh no. Another has joined Herbert. This is a problem. He grows in strength. Okay. Mm-hmm. A little bit twangy there. See, no 7. It was the high 7 that's getting mad at me. No 7, and it sounds good. We can go with that again because it didn't sound like crap. God bless. Okay, here we go. Hmm. Okay. You have the number in it. You have the number in it. You have a different 7 in our safe. We go back to the first song. Apparently, only 2 songs are safe. Oh, well, a third song, but I don't know. Is it anybody's birthday? Mm-mm. Ah. Been a minute since I played that one. I was like, wait, that's the wrong note. Okay. Hmm. Oddly enough, this is the song that I associate with being played on an old, out of tune piano. So unfortunate that this one isn't using that. Well, okay. Hmm. I'm pleased. I am pleased. Alright, do we have any other redeems? Anything else from anybody? Because I'm gonna have to get this tuned before I mess with this little guy again. Dang it. Things to do after stream ends. Oh, well, there you go. Hydrate and posture check at least. Think you say so. Well, if you say so. Ha 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 ha. Get it. Okay. I'm sure you have heard this before. Funny, we were just talking about my little frog salute. Get in there, sir. Little dude. Okay. I hear that like every day. I bet. Okay. I have done, and I have done. Alright. We shall do. I want to do something else. I want to do something else right now. This has been sitting here on the desk. I'm gonna do this one. You cannot stop me. Okay. jar sounds so silly. The Academy of Silly Sounds. You were there for sure. You were there for sure, silly little water jar. Alright. What am I doing? I don't know. Did anybody have anything else? Ooh, I have not. We do not always have this, and I think I've taken it back on, but I'm going to do knife sharpening. The real kind. Because I have a faux knife sharpening as well. Because I don't want to sharpen my knives to the point that there is no more knife. But I have a real one that ought to be sharpened. So here we go. Mwahaha. No, well that didn't sound right. Okay, I think I am pleased with how sharp the knife is. Away you go. Alright, quiet little peoples. Sleepy probably. I hope you were asleep. Everybody need eep. How about... No. Yes. No. Yes. We're going to do origami wrestling. Okay. There we go. Alright, I didn't put that on the thing. Oh, I forgot to type that one out. That was origami wrestling. It was not, in fact, knife sharpening. Frickin' silly me, forgot to write that up. But alright. I think I will go into what I have affectionately called the library sounds. We'll get the books out. Here we go. A little book. The little book. I'm thinking that is good. I hope this is a good itchy of brain. Let me know if not. Oh no, what have I got? There's a frog in my throat. Oh my god. Okay, here we go with the bigger book. You're right, Infinite. I should have known that you would never have said a mean thing. What was I thinking? I wouldn't have thought of it as mean, but like, I would have been like, oh, okay, I will adjust. I should have known. Somewhere in my brain, I was just uncertain. But now it is page flipping. Listen to this. Little book, little book. Hello, Mask. We may have been referring to you a couple of times. Someone called you a certain type of bird that you are not. Welcome. Thank you for the resub. Hello. I appreciate. Here's your buddy Frogs. And oddly enough, oops, no oops, and not a pigeon. Yes, I know. No need to scrub at me. I know. Um, yes, there you go. Yes, 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 yes. That's good. um, the other, what was, what was brain? We actually had a weird delay in firsts. There was people chatting in chat before someone took first because they didn't want to take it, and it was so silly. Fett ended up taking it, so that was silly. But I'm still page flipping. So here we go with the big book. Here we go. Here we go. No, not that much. Alright, that was page flipping. I think we'll do scissor snips next. Where are you, scissor snips? There we are. And then kids. Alright, here we go. Scissor snips. Alright, and then keys time. Here we go. I think maybe this and brushes before I wrap up. Oh no! I have to sneeze. Oh my god. Oh. No. That sneeze. Oh, that sneeze was really threatening me, and then it went away, but there we go, it came back, and then it went away. Ah! Hi, May. Good morning to you. Hello. Oh my gosh. Sneeze attack almost. Just a big thread of it. Oh my gosh. Yay. Shout out for May. Just got to work when it stopped by. Well, thank you. Have a good day at work. Thank you very much. We appreciate your hellos every time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna do keys. I'm gonna do brushes, and then I think we're gonna wrap up. Fat, if you were gonna be ready for that. No, you're the one who was really cool. Oh my god, that's a very cute little flower. Who is that? Who is that little cat being? It looks a little bit like it's a goop and a cat and a ghost. Goop cat ghost? I don't know. Okay, keys. Keys time. Here we go. Here we go. Alright. No mask. You already said it. We're cook. Hee hee hee. Typos for mask. Hee 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 hee. Okay. That was the keys. We're gonna do brushes before we wrap up. Alright. Brushes, brushes, brushes. I'm going to do my usual where I pull off the little cover. So quiet, quiet, quiet. Careful, careful, careful. Careful, careful, careful. Oh, okay. You're naked. And by that I mean the mic. But that's what I usually say for those of you that don't know and are confused. I call them. You get it. Okay. Okay, hold on. I have to cover it back up. Okay. Thank you, May. You too sweet. Everyone bless you. And I gotta say, it's kind of silly you saying one nice thing and then my mods are both tripping over themselves. Yeah, you're so pretty. Clearly, they don't compliment my voice enough. Nope. I am joking. I am joking. But that was very cute. That was a silly little moment. Oh, but okay. I'm going to be prepping to raid though now. No, don't you dare. Don't. I'm just being silly. Don't. What's this? What's that little guy? That, oh my gosh, it's being slow. Pout. Raven, don't make me gift subs. Yeah, we got lots of gifts tonight. We are covered, Cage. You already did that. You are good. You guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. With that, we're gonna go. So where do you think we should go, Fat? You brought all these peoples over to me. Now where do I send half of them? I still got so many. Mercy loves Genji. Okay, let us go then. Let us raid about. Thank you very much, Aisha, especially for bringing in your peoples, and Fet for probably telling her to do so. We know you. Mercy loves Kindy is. I know we have to go. It's so unfortunate, but it wasn't me this time. I swear. Well, now should I be more offended? You didn't? No, it's okay. Here we go. Cozy Frog read messages. Copy if you have the emotes. Copy the kissy dancy frogs. I'm trying to do so. It usually moves. There's always a glitch. Okay, I got it, I think. You think? Oh my gosh. Okay, and if you don't, you have the little hearts. Everybody, if you are having a sleep time next, well, have a good eep. Eep well. See you soon. If you are having a day, have a good day. See you soon. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for raids. Thanks to Myco Psycho too, of course. And hopefully I see you guys soon. Thank you for sub gifts. Thank you for followers. We're gonna go say hi to Mercy Love Genji. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Let's hope I don't glitch out again. Alright, here we go. Alright. We are raiding. Okay. Oh my god. Here we go. I think. Dingy. OBS seems to be on board. Twitch does not. Let's see. Alright, bye bye.